You can all settle down. All right. Good morning. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Thank you very much to the University of Cape Town for hosting us. I don't think you had a choice much. Sort of told you we're coming here. We had met in August. We had met on the 30th of August, 2023, where the University of Cape Town appeared with other institutions of higher learning, given that the committee was worried about the state of governance at various institutions. And I think in that meeting we agreed that we would have a follow-up engagement where you then present to us as council the outcomes of the work of the independent panel. And so we have received the reports and we have received your presentation, which we will interact with today. We have not afforded stakeholders an opportunity to present because we said management or council must come back and give us the report. However, we have received letters from particularly workers. So we have received a letter from Labour raising a number of concerns, and I think members have those letters. It's two, if I'm not mistaken. We were concerned the last time we interacted with the university that the SRC was not represented, and I think we got an account from the SRC itself. But we do note that I think there are students who are present today. Parliamentary settings are non-partisan spaces. So we will request that colleagues do not wear partisan wear in our meeting. Others wear blue, others wear red, others wear green to indicate they are, give us an indication of where they come from. But actual party logos are not allowed in parliamentary meetings. So I will request that colleagues do respect that. Yeah, so we do have one apology, or two. One apology does come from Honorable Boshoff. However, I do think the full component of members nonetheless is here. We also have an apology from the Minister and the Deputy Minister, but I do see DDG Sotikwa is in the meeting. So the department is represented because there are matters that the committee would implore on the departments to also take responsibility on. So I think that's about it, colleagues. Okay, there's a hand up.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Deputy Vice Chancellor for Transformation Student Affairs and Social Responsiveness. I am taking into account that we are meeting with the report first and foremost as the agenda item. Investigation, the University of Cape Town. I am rising here just to check whether it would be appropriate in this meeting, since I'm the only person in this room that is indicated in that very report. I'm raising this so that the conflict of interest question is addressed in this space. so that it is not very
I will seek guidance from yourself as well, Anele, but your last word or last part really assisted me in trying to at least pave some way forward. But parliamentary sittings, anything that anyone says in a parliamentary sitting cannot be used against them post this particular sitting. So we cannot hear that someone has been suspended, expelled, student leaders, particularly Labour, particularly post, and everyone, but I'm using students and Labour as examples in particular because that is where we usually see some form of intimidation unfolding after people have shared their experiences of what is happening in a particular institution. So I would like to affirm that nothing that you say or nothing that you say in particular can be used against you outside of this meeting, and this goes for everyone who is participating in this meeting. But if there's any other guidance, Anele, that you'd like to provide. DVC, I don't know why you're sitting here as opposed to there.
I was preparing to exit.
Oh.
It was the feeling of the house that I hated enough more than anybody else, even those who were complainants, then I would exit.
If you feel uncomfortable being in the meeting, you are more than welcome to recuse yourself. But this is a safe space.
But the conflict of interest question is a legal question, as you are aware, because some of the individuals who are being found in court are from the court precisely on that way. Am I conflicted more than those who were complainants who made themselves available to engage in panel?
So we would like to state that this meeting, the rules that govern this meeting are parliamentary rules, not UCT rules. So that this is we're in parliament. We when we talk about taking parliament to the people, we have taken parliament to the people. We're not at UCT. Maybe physically we are, but we've turned the space into parliament right now. So the meeting will continue as such. And we would appreciate it if you sat on that side. So what we will do, even though we have not asked for stakeholders to make actual presentations because we actually are getting feedback from council, what we will do is we will afford each stakeholder 5 minutes to make a reflection on the report. And we want to really guide and implore on colleagues not to cross-reference what council has said. We are the ones who are going to do that. Yours is to state your own reflections on the report. I must also acknowledge that there are some things we have been concerned about in the interactions we've been having leading up to this meeting. However, I think maybe we'll engage with them during discussions and maybe just afford yourselves an opportunity to first present. And then, I think in the discussions we'll go into those particular matters. I mean, there were recommendations that we had given, and we want to state that clearly, recommendations, which we hope that when Parliament makes a recommendation, people will take it seriously, right? But it is a recommendation. There are matters that we would observe as Parliament, and we would hope that stakeholders would then internalize and introspect on some of the observations we're making. So there are those areas of concern where we believe that our recommendations, which we believed would have assisted, particularly in terms of stakeholder relations at the institution, were not necessarily followed through. And so, which I think is not going to assist us. I mean, some of the demands that we see colleagues have said to management or council. We believe that had the engagement that we had advised to have taken place between council, management, and particular stakeholders on campus would have assisted so that we don't have the differing communique that's now coming back to us as parliament. So I think that's just one concern that we have. But nonetheless, we are in your capable hands. We do have 25 minutes to present the work that's been done by the independent panel, and then I'll hand over to members for, well, I'll afford stakeholders 5 minutes to just make their own reflections. And colleagues are well aware of how we operate in this committee. It will be students, it will be a representative from workers, it will be a representative from the IF, and that's it. Oh, okay. Perhaps before we hand over to management, or to council rather, sorry, if DDG Sotrikwa, if you do have anything to say before we hand over to them, I can afford you your 5 to 10 minutes to do so.
Good morning, honourable members. Good morning to the UCT Council, all the colleagues in the room, including all of you. So, Chair, I just want to acknowledge that the Minister has sent his apologies and DG has sent his apologies. DG in particular has a bereavement which he is still addressing. And so on behalf of the department, I just want to thank you for this opportunity. And we just wish to share with you that we have, we are waiting, rather put it this way, we are waiting a letter, a formal letter from UCT on to respond to Minister's letter, which has not been responded to the expectations that we had articulated in the letter. So we are still awaiting that letter, and we hope the UCT Council will take time to respond comprehensively to that letter. Secondly, we are also awaiting the NDA, and we hope UCT Council will still share the NDA that we have been awaiting for some time. And Minister will then consider the report and revert to council thereafter as per legislation. To those words, let me just say thank you for the opportunity once again.
Thank you very much, DDG Sotrikwa. Can I also please note, before we go into this engagement, is HR here today? Someone from HR here today? Human resources.
Can I answer that? So the reporting line, the executive reporting line says the COO left. So it's a temporary measure until a COO is appointed. But I'm not HR. So HR is not here.
Okay, just one second. So the issue is that, there's a lot that speaks to our HR. There's a lot that is, and we need someone who was there during that time, so it won't help if there's a reporting line, but there isn't someone who can fully account on some of the decisions that took place or some of the things that happened, where HR should have really played a very pivotal role. So if that person is not here, it's really also not, it's going to prohibit the meatiness of our engagement, or effectiveness rather, maybe not use meeting, the effectiveness of our engagement. So I'm a bit concerned about that, but I think let's start. And I do want to say, colleagues, that ultimately our interest is not to, at times I feel in this sector, it's almost like we're trying to get at each other. And I feel that there are certain politics that become more important than what we're trying to do with the sector, which is to ensure that citizens of this country have the requisite skills to participate or to be active participants of the economy, or to ensure that we harness and shape of our country to responsible, ethical citizens. And so we get so caught up in our own agendas that we end up stifling what our institutions should actually be achieving. And so we want to assure everyone that as we engage in today's meeting, the committee does so objectively. Of course, I mean, we have different party mandates, and our different parties have different values, but they all really should be aligned to the constitution of this country. And ultimately, what we're trying to ensure is that some of the errors we've made in terms of governance and management at this institution, we don't make them again. I think when we interacted with the Mbati report, many people questioned why the committee, when we engaged on the Mbati inquiry, Professor Mbati inquiry, many people questioned why the committee was doing so. And we continuously stated that we are trying to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes in the sector. And UCT should be used as a case study for whatever lessons we will learn. Maybe let me rephrase this: whatever lessons we will learn from what has happened at UCT over the past couple of years should be used as a case study of what we should not be doing in the sector. So yeah, I just want to state that. But let me then hand over to yourselves as council to take us through the independent panel report.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Welcome to UCT, University of Cape Town, and welcome to the FAG room, which has over years seen a lot of action, some good, some bad. But this is where we meet, and we always hope to draw on the wisdom of the late Mr. Mafeji, Professor, foreign figure here at this university. So we are very happy to host you here today. We absolutely have no quibble about the role that you, Honourable Chairperson, and Honourable members of the committee plays in the sector. It's a very, very important role to oversee and to question what happens not only at UCT but at other higher education institutions, so that we not only do the right thing but also keep on the right track. And where we from time to time, like on this occasion, veer from that right track, we must take correct action and be told at times that we need to do so. So we welcome you. I welcome you on behalf of the UCT management, the interim Vice Chancellor, Emeritus Professor Diaredi, who's here, and on behalf of the UCT Council, some members who are present, the Deputy Chair, Mr. Malcolm Kendall. Also, I welcome comrades from the SRC, the trade unions, and the institutional forum. May I also just mention at the outset that the issue raised by Professor Rawani, I did discuss with her privately yesterday, and following that discussion, the view was shared by us that she's entitled to attend, she's welcome to attend, and that if an issue concerning her does arise, it's entirely up to her to decide. I think, as you already pointed out, Honourable Chair, that if she doesn't feel comfortable, she can ask to be excused. Otherwise, I'm happy that she's here. There are issues, and I think you've already committed to one aspect of her role, which is HR and transformation, of which she's responsible. In many instances, I certainly wouldn't be able to answer some of these questions, and she's here to do so on behalf of the university. So I welcome her presence here today. The issue of the report, I'm just going there now. The council had decided in October 2022, then still under my predecessor, Babal Bunyama, and also when former BC was also still in a position as Vice Chancellor, to appoint an independent panel, initially with a singular focus on concerning the departure of former DVC Lange. Subsequently, the terms of reference was changed and broadened after an agreement was reached. Former Vice Chancellor that she vacates her position. That was in February, and the terms of reference was changed to focus also on, not on her or her conduct in particular, but on on several resignations, departures, various non-disclosure agreements that were entered into with senior members of staff that also left the university. The focus of the panel is on the period 2018 to 2022, which covers the so-called Kiana Council and the Wanyama Council. We received, or the registrar rather received a copy of the executive summary on the 9th of October, and on the 11th of October we received a hard copy of the report. I'm pleased to mention, given the history of leaks on this council, that the report was kept under wraps in the registrar's office and was only made available to the council in this room under controlled and confidential conditions, where copies were handed to individual members of council on 14th of October. The report, as you well know, Honourable Chair, by now, is a substantial document and definitely takes a good couple of hours to read and to digest. And that session on the 14th of October was really to go through that exercise. Subsequently, a meeting was held on the 28th of October. As you will understand, Honourable Chair, because of the decision by Council, also subsequently on the 14th, to keep the report under wraps, as it were. In-person meetings is essential for that purpose, and given availability, etc., the next plenary session took place only on the 28th of October. And following that meeting last week, Council resolved to adopt the report, and subsequent to that meeting, I then issued a statement on behalf of Council. It was also resolved to make copies of the report available to the Honourable Minister and to yourself, Honourable Chair of the Committee. And additionally, persons named in the report, implicated in the report, were also provided with an electronic version of the report, and we also then communicated the release of the report to the university community. Now, the panel, findings of the panel, they are in specific categories. As I mentioned earlier, they relate to the two councils under Ms. Ngunyama and Mr. Pityana respectively. It relates to the office of the previous Ombud and the complaints that she received, the 57 complaints that she received and reported on to Council in her 2019 report. The resignations of some 9 senior members of staff, a report on one of our deputy vice chancellors, governance failures and breaches of law and policy. These findings are dealt with in the executive summary and in the report. The report also contains recommendations in relation to governance, in relation to specific individuals, and also in relation to remedies for persons mentioned in the report who were wrong. These recommendations, needless to say, are serious and are dealt with by Council in a equally serious manner. Council is determined to use the report as a roadmap to guide us to how we should deal with the same or similar issues which may arise in the future, so that we can strengthen governance at the university. In the statement released on behalf of Council, Council has acknowledged that during the period under review 2018 to 2022, that we did not exercise our fiduciary responsibilities tirelessly, and in some cases not at all, and that was not in the best interest of the university. We acknowledge we've done so publicly, and we also do so today, that had we fulfilled this governance role as required, then the events that unfolded and the trauma as described by the panel caused to some individuals, many individuals, on behalf of Council, I again indicate our profound regret for not having acted properly, and I again use this opportunity to apologize unreservedly to the university community, and the wrong individuals for the hurt and trauma caused as identified by the panel. Now, in terms of our next steps, as I indicated, Honourable Chair, we are determined to pursue, implement the recommendations mentioned in the report. We are meeting this coming Saturday to discuss and to decide and to resolve how best to implement these recommendations. Last week, on Saturday, a committee of council was set up to do some preliminary work and to report to council on their work this coming Saturday. We are also giving attention to remedial action which has been recommended by the panel in order to restore trust and confidence in the university as the leading institution of higher learning. We have seen in the week, the most recent Think Times report, which again places the University of Cape Town within the top 100 universities in the world and the top university in the country. And I don't say so lightly, but I also want to commend those who have been at the head of this university, both in council, as institutionally, and in management, for making that possible. I think it does demonstrate that despite issues that may have arisen in this very room, governance issues, the university has continued. The university community, the Senate, the academic staff and the support staff have shown their resilience in making sure that they continue with the teaching and learning project, which is what the university is all about. So, Comrade Chair, there is a lot of work that lies ahead that must be done, and we are determined to do so, certainly for the remainder of this current council's term of office. It's been a very difficult period for the university to deal with and to negotiate, but we are determined to see it through. That's Honourable Chair on the report itself. As regards the process of appointment of the Vice Chancellor, as highlighted in the report, this is obviously the most important position at any tertiary institution, at any university in this country, and particularly at UCT. The two responsibilities which fall within the domain of the Chair of Council. One is the composition of the selection committee, and the other is the criteria for the post. As far as the selection committee is concerned, see on the screen, the composition is prescribed in the statutes of the university. The chair of council is responsible for consulting with all our stakeholders, the students, the unions, the institutional forum, the Senate, and the senior executive management team to ensure that this committee is diverse, it's representative, and that persons appointed to the committee display the necessary competence to embark on this important task. I have personally consulted in person with students, with the unions, Senate, senior management, and with the IF in terms of the composition. I have raised some concerns about certain categories that is being addressed, and before going to council, we must ultimately agree and decide the committee composition. Their report will be placed before council. And you would have seen from the composition that in some instances my hands are tied as chair of the council. For example, the SRC, we know from the most recent elections that comrades from the EFF overwhelmingly convincingly won the elections. In what was, it's good for the university, I think good for the student community, in a relatively high poll of 30%. As you may know, student election, certainly at UCT, is notoriously low. This time around it was pretty high at 30%. But they garnered the 10 out of 15 positions, and they're revisiting the initial selections of the 3 members of the committee, and we are waiting to hear from them. Similarly with the selection criteria for the position of Vice Chancellor, when I consulted personally with the stakeholders, we didn't have the benefit of what the panel had to say about how we should go about that process. Obviously, it's a recommendation and it's a guide. I believe it's more than useful that we hear from the panel, having been through the process of several months. So we also take that into account. So, Chair, I think those are the 3 items on your agenda for today, which you asked us to report on. The registrar did send you a copy of this presentation on Monday, so you've had the opportunity. We look forward to the engagement. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, Advocate Alansa. I'll now offer an opportunity to, I'm assuming that management is covered by the Chair of Council. I'm not suppressing your freedom of expression.
Okay, Honourable Chair, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Okay. I'd like to check if there's any comments from the SRC. President Korombi. exciting to see the president. I know him from other spaces. You know, we run, as members of parliament, our only function is not, and he knows this now, our only function is not only, well, our function is not only committee oversight. We also have the responsibility of interacting with constituencies and taking parliament to the people. And so, VC, maybe you'd be excited to hear this. Every year I run a civic education program in partnership with Seoul Blackie University, who also partners with UCT. And this year they also extended it to Stellenbosch, where we do the Trans-Kharib leadership program. And the president has been a participant for 2 years. Yes? 2 years. For 2 years. And basically, in that program, you tell young people how parliament works, the difference between a minister, an MEC, and an MMC, because people don't know that. And you sort of put them into shock in terms of how difficult it actually is to be a member of parliament. On day 2, they step into our roles, literally. So President, I think you've chaired a committee. Yeah. So he's been chair of a committee where they literally go and do oversight at police stations, at hospitals, at TVET colleges, at schools, and they literally sit here where I'm sitting as students, and I would sit where Anel is sitting, and I'd be the committee secretary. And so we do this with the hope that young people will take interest in leading society. And so I'm very happy to see the president in this meeting, participating in a process that he has learned on how it works. So I know he's not going to act out of what he has learned of how committee meetings actually sit. And I'm very excited, and congratulations on your election, Mr. President.
Thank you. First of all, that indicates that last time when you came on others, we're not yet SRC, we are not elected. So we started our team on the 1st of November. But I think from my side, I'm fortunate of when the reports start to come out, I was part of those who received it as a council member. So I will talk based on terms of, let me start with the Vice Councillor Selection Committee. Indeed, we have agreed with the Secretary, yes, that before December, this will be done with our deployment on the Selection Committee. Then we came to the issue of the report, which on our side we have a lot of questions, which we are still seeking for answers. I'm not going to go deep into a report, but I'll just touch on based on how we are reflecting on it. To us, we are on the stand of, we feel like the independent panel, I don't know if I would say they didn't do their job, or they are just not maybe suitable people to do it. Because the report on its own does not have any tangible evidence. It's full of essays, who said what, who didn't say what. And when we look on, even if we are using essays, it does not have both sides on many cases. It's only one-sided, and they take conclusion on it. Another thing which we are seeing from the report is the fact that they fail to do even a simple things. Let me just take highlight. There are some cases which they are talking that many people testify that certain positions are not permanent. Something which you can go to HR and go and get the full details, but they didn't have time to go, but we paid close to 12 million, which I still ask myself on which basis they taken a long time to release this report, thinking we're going to get something tangible. The report was supposed to address first in terms of student governance, which we don't see it. What we are seeing in that report is sort of individuals which are being sort of attacked, or the lament of, we're just seeing individuals being pointed out. But in terms of student governance, I don't see. I'm also concerned by the decision by Council of saying they want to use this report as a roadmap. I'm seeing trouble if we're going to use this report as a roadmap. Currently, that's where we're standing. I'll just be brief. I'll not go deep into it in detail by details. But if you go detail by detail, I think we have a lot of questions, which I think maybe we'll get those answers. Thank you from our side.
Thank you very much. President Korobi. I'm assuming lady sitting next to you is the SG. DSG. Is there anything you'd like to add?
I think President has covered most of it.
Can we just have your name sent to Anele, please?
Well, Chair, could I at some stage have perhaps 3 minutes to make a few remarks after the vote, if you can comment?
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much to colleagues from the SRC. I would like to then note if there are any inputs from workers. Collective.
Okay.
You know how we do it.
Okay. No, I just wanted to.
Is there anyone who's going to speak on behalf of workers?
Yes.
You will.
Yes. Thank
Can
you,
you
Chair.
sit?
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, you should go to the point. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll extend my apology, Chair, with that of the workers. We're still struggling with that. Whether the workers mean staff or the workers mean the representing of the union. Maybe let me start there. That's Chair. The advice that we've got from the portfolio committee to go and meet with the chair of council and the council as a whole to have an argument, whether we disagree or we agree, that is going to allow the representation of trade unions within council. I want to inform you that has never happened. We've never received any email or any sort of engagement towards that. So I think that should be noted. Because the last time we engaged extensively on this, I don't want to go back to the details. I think that we have expressed the importance of that, and I think the portfolio committee had noted that the Act in itself does not negate that opportunity for unions to be part of it. But there's never been an engagement, Chair, towards that in that regard. The second thing, Chair, I think we have already expressed ourselves in writing. We will not repeat it in terms of what has came out or what we have realized post our engagement with the portfolio committee, that we have discovered some irregularities as far as finance is concerned. In summary, if I could summarize the report from my perspective, is that the report is saying that black people were wronged under the black women leadership, and white people were wronged, and therefore they must be compensated. I think that's the best summary I can give towards what the report is. Now, what I think is that part of the report, it also implicates council. Now, the question we ask ourselves is that why don't council itself fall in its own sweat by dissolve? And we think that this council has been identified, which we call it the Bijana and the other council, in itself has been categorized as being incompetent in terms of dealing with these issues. We have, in the past, before the report was released, questioned the terms of reference. There is precedence in the university, there is IRTC report that had its own commissioners as well. When we're dealing with issues of institutional governance and etc., which are not necessarily that much unique towards what this report was ought to deal with. In composing the terms of reference there was transparency, there was engagement with stakeholders, and hence the report was easily accepted. It was never rejected, even though it was identifying certain incapacities and issues with different constituencies. But at least it had credibility and integrity because all stakeholders were given opportunity to participate in terms of. But with this one, that did not happen. We think that, therefore, Chairperson, the input that we have given, I shouldn't even explain it, is enough for you to consider, but we think that there should be a serious consideration of an external assessor towards this report. And it is only then that we can find anything outside of this or in relation to this report as having some sort of credibility or integrity. Our appeal, therefore, in this platform today that the committee must engage what we have submitted post the engagement in Parliament. Equally so must consider seriously an external assessor to deal with this report, and only then that we would be satisfied as the representative of workers that indeed that what is contained in the report can then be used or executed as the council wishes to do so. And outside of that, we think that this council is not fit enough to deal with this report as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we then have an input from IF?
Good evening, Chair, Honourable Chair of the Portfolio Committee and Honourable Members of the Committee. I am glad to see you at UCT as you kept your promise, so I'm very glad about that. Firstly, I'm here as the co-chair of the IF, and as the IF, as being this broad school of, or broad church rather, of stakeholders at the university. Each of our constituents are busy, and you've heard from various stakeholder groups that have studied the report. As the IF, we have not met to engage with the report as such. We have a scheduled meeting for the 15th of November, where we will, as the IF, discuss the report and then also provide advice to council. Just one other thing, I want to express our gratitude to the current chair for actually going and engaging with the IF, with the unions, with all stakeholders. It shows that there is a seriousness of having engagements with stakeholders, which is important. And as the colleagues in the unions as mentioned, we would still hope that we have the engagement with council and the union bodies, and I'm changing my hat to the EU executive member to say that we would want that meeting to still happen as asked by the portfolio committee and as demanded by the unions, and we would want to engage with council. And in the broken relationship at the moment. And I'll leave it there, Chair. Thanks.
Risi, I'm going to come to you, which is not what I should be doing, because you initially had indicated that you are covered by the chair. But it's just proof of the fact that we are a very democratic committee. I am going to afford you your 5 minutes to say.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair and Honourable Members of the Portfolio Committee, thank you again for affording me this opportunity. I did think on reflection that it might be useful and important to make a few remarks, particularly pertaining to the management, but also as Chair of Senate in relation to the academic activities of the university. So I took office in March of this year, on the 14th of March, as Vice Chancellor on an interim basis, following the departure of the previous Vice Chancellor on the 3rd of March. Coming to the report, I'm certainly not going to reiterate anything that the Chair of Council presented, but I do want to nevertheless emphasize the, if you like, the prominence of that's given to governance failures by the university, and part of the university in the report. I want to also indicate the impact that those failures have had on the institution as well, the extent to which they've compromised and jeopardized our ability to go about our core business, particularly teaching and research, but our functioning as a university as a whole. So, in a sense, this all started at Senate, the genesis for the developments that have taken place, culminating, if you like, in the appointment of the panel and the submission of this report, did start at Senate. And I would simply say at this stage, or rather highlight, the acknowledgement in the report of the actions of Senate and the acknowledgement of Senate's commitment to good governance. I also want to highlight one further recommendation in the report pertaining to, and this is a lesson and something that we must remedy, namely that of maintaining a firm division between management and governance responsibilities. Chair, where are we now? Well, as we've heard, UCT is a fine institution. It's the top university of Africa. It's a university in Africa, for Africa. And despite the turbulence that it's been through, it remains a fine institution. The Council has been meeting to discuss the report, continue to do so. It is important for the university community to engage also in the content of the report and its recommendations. And I should just mention that this will be a matter for discussion, for debate at a meeting of the Senate that will be held on Friday the 17th of November, a week from this Friday. A motion has been tabled, and so that debate will take place there. That's the Senate, and we have to think about communication with the broader university community. Then I think that the challenge and the responsibility that I have together with the management team and our colleagues around the university is that of ensuring that our academic activities remain on track, that we continue with our good teaching. Examinations are not quite over, but almost over, as is the academic year. Our research activities as well. We must ensure that their quality is not compromised in any way. We have various senior posts to fill, including that of Vice Chancellor. There are others as well, and we are in the process of filling those posts. They are at various stages, and I should just add that, of course, with these other posts, we will do so. We will fill those in line with our employment equity policy. We have to ensure that our finances are good and strong, and we are in the middle of implementation of a financial sustainability plan that will ensure that in the years to come, in the short to medium and the longer term, UCT has a sound financial basis on which to carry out its various activities, academic and otherwise. Chair, I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DC, and thank you very much to all colleagues for your inputs. I'll now hand over for my two members for their comments and questions. I think from my side, one is concerned, firstly, that there's still a narrative by a particular stakeholder within the institution that, in fact, two stakeholders. So students and workers are of the view that the process of the independent panel and their investigations was not just, right? So they question the process in terms of how the independent panel went about doing this work. Can we please all make sure that our phones are on silent? So yeah, so they questioned the process of how the independent panel did its work. And you know, when I listened to workers speak about that, you know, not being able, questioning how the independent panel went about doing its work, it goes back to why we had wanted yourselves to go back home, meet and sit. If you agree, state you agree. If you disagree, state you disagree. But it would actually get us to a point where there is we can say the meeting sat and we didn't know and some didn't know, and you know, but we know that you discussed it. But now you're bringing it back here. And personally, I don't appreciate that, because the portfolio committee does not have sufficient time to allow for that cross-referencing to take place right now. And it unsettles us that you still have not found one another. I'm also confused by what the IF is saying. So the IF is saying they appreciate that the work that Chair of Council has done in engaging stakeholders. Please clarify, engaging the stakeholders on which process? On the appointment of the VC, in relation to the work of the independent panel and the report? So which part do you appreciate? Because IF then also says you support the call for the meeting that the portfolio committee recommended. And I also want us to be very cautious, colleagues. Just looking at some of the documents, the two documents that came from workers. Okay, it says Representation Council, the university must amend the statute to accommodate union representation at council as instructed by the portfolio committee. Let's be cautious of those terms. Portfolio committee recommends, right? So we have recommended, and we always hope that our recommendation will be taken with high regard, you know, because what we don't want to end up having is having to summon people to parliament, having to move into an inquiry, because then you put us in an awkward position where it almost seems like there's mandate creep. And we don't want to be put in that particular position. So we always hope that when we recommend something as a portfolio committee, it will be taken with high regard. So I want to understand why. So IF says there's been, you know, Chair of Council has tried to engage with more stakeholders on which matter, because IF also says that they support the call for that meeting that the committee had recommended, which has not set. And we have received an account as a portfolio committee on the type of engagements that you schedule as the institution, as the community, right, with different stakeholders, particularly workers throughout the year. That's good and well, colleagues, but there's a particular reason why we had recommended that particular meeting. It's to deal with these issues that we're now. We are not CCMA, we are not a disciplinary committee of the institution, we are not the department. Ideally, even the department doesn't want to really have to sit and say, what are you saying, what are you saying? But actually, you're not hearing each other. The department doesn't want to even do that. We don't want to be put in a position where we have to do that. Because you ultimately are saying we must have an inquiry. And I mean, that's the last stage. We want to afford you the institutional autonomy to try and resolve issues first, before we have to literally come in and start following what he said and she said. But if you don't then appreciate that, you know, sort of differentiating of roles, I don't know. I then want to go into, and I'm trying my best to be quick because I understand that there's many of us. So I think council definitely has to reflect on its collective capacity. I question, looking at the IP report, I question council's collective capacity, because, you know, there are elements of the report that say people should have recused themselves. Yes, there is that individual responsibility that a person has, absolutely. Where was the collective? In certain instances when I need to make a decision in the committee and I am not certain as the chair, I look to my committee secretary to give me guidance. I look to my content advisors to give me guidance. I refer to the rules of parliament to guide me, right? And if I'm deterring, it is these members of parliament who will say, Chair, actually we think we should be going X, Y, and Z. So that I myself don't make a mistake that will make the whole committee questionable, right? So sometimes, is there evidence of that? Is there evidence, maybe in minutes, that indicates that these individuals who were meant to take certain responsibility were guided by the broader collective? Is there evidence of that particular action? I don't know who is the, I mean, in a board, you have a board secretary who should sort of guide. So in the case of a council, who sort of fulfills that particular role? So I mean, personally, I think council. There's a view here that council is weak. I think I agree with it. Also want to understand, DDG Stotrikwa speaks about ministers' letter that has not been responded to, and that back and forth. What's happening in that regard? Okay, I think I want to leave it at that for now. I know that some of my members would cover me in other matters. NDAs are something that appear quite a lot at the institution, and that's weird. That's really weird. Yeah, I think that's something that is of concern. And I don't want to repeat what we said last time. I think we have an understanding of how the committee feels about decisions that are made in a public institution. They are of public interest because it's a public institution. So if people can come and go and get, there are particular agreements that are made, there are funds and, that come with that, and whose funds? The public's funds, right? So I think that is something that we need to note as a concern in how matters are resolved at the University of Cape Town, not only in the case of the Vice Chancellor, the previous Vice Chancellor, not only in the case of the Langa, but generally it's something that, as we move forward, needs to be nipped in the bud and needs to be reflected upon. Of course, there are legalities around that, but there also needs to be an appreciation of just ethics and principles that should be guiding the institution. There's a concern by workers that the UCT statute states that for any person to be a full member of the Senate, they need to have a full professor academic rank, which contrasts the Higher Education Act and I mean, I think rightfully unpacks what this then means in terms of representation in a space like Senate. I've tried to look at both the Higher Education Act and the UCT statute. I'm not necessarily finding that segment that speaks to full professorship academic rank. Can that be clarified, please? Yeah, I think I will leave it at that, and then whatever is not covered by my colleagues, I will come back to. I'll start with Honorable Shukwambana, Honorable Litie, Honorable Yabo, Honorable Mandani, Honorable King, Honorable Zondo, Mam Sibia, Honorable Ile, Honorable Noble, and then Honorable Mutiso. Honorable Shukwambana.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Council of the UCT, Department of Higher Education and Dept, and all, as well as no, Chair, over the sitting VC the opportunity to speak on issues that brought us here, amongst others, which is the report, and he may have appraised himself over it because he's sitting in the Senate Council. Also, perhaps happened to share the very Senate Council. One of the speaker was trending on the social media saying, "No, it is Yami Kushe because there was no way that the VC would have said anything negative about the report on this issue. And there was no way the VC would have went to an extent of saying, but somehow the findings of the panel did not focus on specific issues. But let me get back to the report on its own. You know, it's like when you are writing an essay, you start by the title of the essay, and then you give it a governance report as the title of the essay. And when you go to the body, as you explain everything, you speak something completely different, which is no longer what you are about to tell us from the title that you gave us on governance. This report, which is sitting here before us, it seeks to speak of governance of the institution. But when we go deep into it, it's individual targeting. And then you go to governance, what happened in governance? What was never done correctly in governance? You are not going to find anything else. It's just pointing at this one did this one did this one did, and this one did not do that. And if you check, there have been a number of concerns here in this institution. First, the report itself tells us that before the former VC was appointed, there were a number of people who raised concerns about the leadership skills. That she is not fit enough to take the responsibility of being the VC of this very same institution. But however, they continued appointed her. And we know that before she was within the institution, by the way. She got an institutional memory, knows what's happening in the institution, and all those type of things. And when we move, we've got some reports or investigations that were once done in this institution. And those investigations, when were done, they were pointing at structural and institutional and systematic racism here in this institution. And those reports or investigation, nothing was done about those things that were pointed out. I'll give an example. There's an Institutional Transformation and Reconciliation Commission that investigated on the, and then when they brought up their recommendations or findings, it was that there's a serious racism, institutional racism and systematic racism here in the very same institution, and that was never done. And when the issues comes back now, in these very same reports, also speaks to say the VC had at some point was, I don't know whether to call it racial or what, but that's how the report seeks want to tell us. But I ask myself, UCT, they know that they've got a systematic problem and they've got institutional problems here. And amongst others is racism. And we've got a woman who is a black woman, who at where I'm sitting is like, maybe this woman was actually trying to confront the very same racism that is here in the institution. And when she's trying to fight the same racism in this institution, she had to touch someone big. Someone who's big now is fighting back. And when this person fights back now, make sure that turns everything around and make her seems to be the bad person, as the report perceives to. It seeks to tell us now where we are sitting. But we go to the Workers Students Academic Forum. They've written to the committee as well. They complain about the same things of racism here in this institution. and no one seems to be interested in wanting to deal with the main problem. The main problem is not about an individual whom today the report seeks to demonize, or whom today the report seems to portray her as someone who is incapable, someone who does not understand the leadership roles or everything. The problem of UCT is racism, and you all know that the problem of UCT is racism. Until the leadership of UCT take it upon themselves and want to deal with racism, we're not going to find anything correct in this institution. The workers also are crying. And if you check these workers who are crying today, you check the majority of the people whom they are representing the blacks. And they are not finding the space to breathe within the institution itself. That's a form of racism, because racism is not about the color. Even the behavior of an individual speaks to, I mean, you can want to define it any way you want to define it, but the manner in which the university runs its affairs, it can always go back to racism, because we've got workers or unions that are representing majority of the workers here in the institution, whom today are suffocating. They are not represented in the council. They want the voice of workers to be heard in council, and there is no opportunity. The council is not open. The council does not want to give these unions an opportunity to come to council and represent the voice of workers in the council. We're still going to have those things happening, because this very same council does not want to give an opportunity to the workers who happen to represent majority of workers of UCT at the ground level, and these people happen to be black people. The SRC spoke here, and when the SRC spoke here, they said they never had anything from the report that seeks to speak about student governance. So to show that this title of governance, which the panel was busy dealing with or investigating, it only had a specific focus, but it did not have a general focus in terms of dealing with governance. How do you go to say you are going to deal with governance of the institution? You only focus on executive governance, but you don't touch or you don't deal anything with the students' governance. Where do you leave the students? So I'm sitting here, I'm saying that I see this report which is in front of us, Chair. And from what the students have presented and from what the workers have presented, I can fully agree with the students and the workers to say this report should not even try to waste our time. Because this report, it was a report that was, or the panel was appointed to go and target specific people and put specific people in a way that they must be the ones who are found guilty of everything here. The workers said when they were speaking here that the report of the panel is actually saying blacks are wrong and whites were wrong, and therefore the whites must receive an apology from the institution and compensation on top of that. So that tells you that this report is further dividing UCT. It's not bringing any solution, this report, to UCT, because blacks are still fighting. Blacks still feel like they are not represented. Blacks still feel like white people are being treated with the gloves, hands, more than the blacks. White people are treated like eggs in these institutions as compared to blacks. So this report must go back. It must never be entertained, because it's further dividing this institution. Because in this institution, we seek, or we must be having an atmosphere or a situation where all of us work together, black, white, green, or any color that we may identify ourselves with. But if we are still going to have issues where the blacks in the very same institution still feel like whites are better treated, then we are not going to solve these issues we are sitting with today. So the recommendation, or rather not a recommendation, but the the presentation of the workers that says the report of the panel or these people who were part of the report of the panel did not do their work thoroughly. And they must go back if we are taking a decision of them going back to do the work thoroughly, go and get information from all stakeholders of the university. Because even the report itself is one-sided, like the student said. We do not hear the other part. We are only hearing one part of the panel, and this panel is the very same panel of the university, which was appointed by the university, by the way. I mean, the university employs me, and then it says to me, go and investigate. How do I go and find university wrong in my investigation when the university is the one paying me to do the investigation? There's no way I'm going to find the university wrong. It was, this report was duty bound to be the way it is today, because the very same people who were doing the investigations are being paid by the university. So there's no way they can come and tell us a different story. So I support the view of the workers to say, let's go and get an external independent assessor who will not be actually forced or perhaps be forced to give a report that seeks to benefit a certain part and leave out the whole part of the institution. So this report, Chair, let it go back, man. They must not waste our time, these people. It's a gentleman's agreement elsewhere where they just want to sit, and worse, they are dealing with a black woman here. And me being a black person, I'm not racial, by the way, you must just get me correct. I'm not even trying to be racial. But when I hear that there's issues of racism here, and even sitting here today, students complain of the same thing, workers complain of the same things, and I'm black sitting here, and I'm listening to the report that actually seeks to say whites are better than blacks. I'm not going to agree to those things. It must just go back and let's get an independent assessor who's going to do the work independently and comes back and give us an independent report that all of us we can agree at without being racial. The report says there's racial issues here. The former VC was racist. The former VC used to use racist remarks against others. Yes, you are still going to find those things happening, because you are leaving out even the workers here in their majority as blacks. Students are not covered. So can we not waste time, Chair, as the committee, and refer back this matter back to the council, and the very same council that which the workers are saying is incompetent, which they are also questioning their credibility as well. The workers are saying the council is incompetent. The council went and appointed their own friends and people who are going to find them not guilty of anything, or who are going to bring us a good report based on whatever they've agreed upon themselves. So we did not waste time here. Let's go back. Let them go back. In fact, let's cancel this report. This report must not find any expression anywhere. Must not find any expression anyway. It's a waste of time. They are dealing with our black professionals. Our black professionals in the UCT are suffocating and are crying. And if that is the case, then we are not going to agree to this nonsensical, and sorry to call it nonsensical report, Chair, but that's how it seems to be in my eyes. To say, let us go and deal with these issues proper. So as I conclude, Chair, I conclude by saying that let's get an independent assessor to this process, all of it. Should we make a mistake of taking the way this report it is, we are still going to come back sitting here as a committee, because there's a huge number of people sitting outside there feel like they are not well represented. But I don't get why the IF comes and speaks something, but my understanding is that they've never went through a report. Let's give them a chance to go through a report. Maybe when they come back, they will give us a different view. But that's how it is, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Oscar,
I will definitely not.
What's the wrong thing?
I will definitely not emulate him in his wrong approach of taking law.
Yeah,
Yeah, the name is still the same, has not changed. It's Dept policy. Chair, many of the things I won't touch because I want to agree with Honorable Shipman on a number of things. The first thing, Chair, is that when we met with the University and Council, I specifically asked them a question that would have been raised by one gentleman from the Labour about a settlement offer that was given to the COO to stay for 1 more year and get so that I'm not even going to call it a Christmas arrangement because it's too big for Christmas. Maybe and get a take-home package. I asked that question specifically, and I thought, Chair, my English was very clear. Is it true that the offer was made? Stay in for 1 year. After 1 year, we'll give you a thank you present of staying in for 1 year over and above your salary of about 4 million. The take home. Is that true? That was the first question. The second question, Chair, was who was involved in the negotiation of that particular arrangement? Is it true, the third one was, is it true that there is a sparring relationship between acting, or sparring means brother-in-law? Is there a brother-in-law arrangement that exists between the VC or the acting VC and the CO? Or the registrar? And was it true? The answer. Was it true that this might have been a discussion of a team? So Council would have put in a team to go and negotiate. I asked those questions. I was going through my emails. In one email where they're supposed to write that, they said, no, this one is answered differently, but there's no attachment on such. So seated here, I don't know whether you thought we don't read these things or not, but you have asked your question. A question about ethics. That's how I raised it there. Or is this an ethical issue? Council. In one of the emails, you are saying this question is responded to individual. It's not there. I had asked it. I know what I'd asked. The first thing I was going to look for there was that day. I've not received it. So I don't know whether we're being made children, or maybe just because, you know, as the oldest here in this community. So you look at my colleagues who are kids and you think we're all the same age. It's not, it can't be. The second point, you see, Honorable Superman, I'm caught 2-1 because we also don't want to create, you know, wrong things, generally. If it were up to me, those who are mentioned in this report, if it were up to me, and I was one of them, I would have taken it for a review. Because let's test if indeed, as the president of the SRC says, it's not hearsay document. So ordinarily, a report is done, presented to the Secretary of Council, the register, who present it to the council. The council goes through the report and they look at it and said, yes, no, it touches on all the points that we wanted, it's perfect. Or they looked at it, because my understanding would be, in any council, there should be people with different skills. Some of them must be people from the legal fraternity. Does this council have people from the legal fraternity? And what would have been their comments or contribution to this report? That is now being called a hearsay report. When you are supposed to have experts in law, what would have been, if you have them in council, what would have been their contribution to this thing? I'm asking this question because more than one speaker says there seems to be a deliberate arrangement of factions in this council that we are targeting X, Y, and Z. And whatever happens, it's either you are in a dominant faction or you are going to be crushed. Because if you don't have legal people, then I still have a problem. But if you have legal so-called experts, they said, analyzed this report and did not see anything wrong, then it confirms that there seems to exist a factional arrangement at this council that wants to get rid of a certain group of people. I don't know who. I honestly do not know who. What is to be done? I want to suggest, first and foremost, that legally I'm going to be quite 2-1 because, honestly speaking, I am not a proponent of taking even the right decision based on a wrong thing. I would have preferred that those who are implicated in this report rather take it for a review. I would have preferred that to be the first option, because if we say the university, it's their own, the council, it's probably a third version of what they wanted. They probably got the first version, they said, no, it's too light on this one, go and change it. I mean, we know how factions, operate. You get a first draft of a report, you say, no, it's too light on person C. It only deals with A and B, but if we can't get rid of person C, then all our plans are going to be finished. Then they bring a second draft, then you say, no, but still, man, it's not fighting. So for all we know, is that this might not be the first draft of this report. They only concentrated on who they wanted to get rid of. Unfortunately, because of the nature of our work, we are an oversight and after effect. We only come after certain things have happened, and that is where we are currently, and we might not get people to take it for a review. So I want to suggest that one, Department of Higher Education, DDG something. You are here in your capacity as the DDG, standing in for the Director General. There's a ministerial advisor here present, standing in for the Minister. There's a PLO here standing in also from the office of the DG. PLO from the office of the Minister. The only team I've not seen is that one of the Deputy Minister. Our suggestion, which I want to make it through you yourself, is that can the department, the ministry, after looking at this report, consider seriously bringing in an independent assessor to test some of this, because we're making, the report makes allegation X, somebody makes allegations Y. I believe that there's serious collusion that would have happened. I think Honorable Superman also added that if a team is paid by me, it can't come and find against me. So we are making serious allegations, and we want to give you an opportunity to test it by putting in an independent assessor to look at all this allegations. And this independent, we know they've got 3 months usually based on the Higher Education Act. They've got 3 months, but if it's possible, can they do it sooner? Because now, in January, whether we like it or not, February would be busy with registrations. And for all we know, we've been student leaders. You've been the recent one. Universities don't mind unleashing resources to students to cause problems. I'm not saying you took it, but I'm just saying that thing happens. I mean, we've been student leaders ourselves. We know that if that report is to come out around that period, there's going to be a chaos at that institution, because those that are in charge at the time are not afraid to unleash resources, to create problems. So if it can come out sooner, we'll really appreciate it, because without that independent assessor's report, some of these allegations will remain allegations. The allegations, serious allegations, that the factions, for lack of a better word, I've opted for factions, but the factions that exist here, some of them, they are not fighting for, they are not fighting people maybe because they are black. I don't think that is. Some of them are fighting them because of some beliefs, religious beliefs. Some of them because there was an allegation that the problems of Haiti started when she allowed the BDS, for an example, group to have an event here. And the Jews who were anti-BDS, because BDS is aligned to Palestine, then started making a life very difficult. So there are a number of allegations that are coming out of this. And we are saying the only way we can try and find it is to make these recommendations to you, the ministry and the department, go and give them what we are giving you. That this is what we are suggesting an IA to be brought in as a matter of fact, and all of these things to be investigated. I looked at the list of council members in conclusion, Chair. The list of council members of UCT. It's a pity that they've not really given us their expertise on that page that I was looking for, but it looks like a council that seems to understand higher education. So these mistakes that we are seeing here, it's not because, in my view, it's not because they don't have the capacity to deal with it, which only brings me to the point that it might be because they've now decided to align themselves factionally to get rid of this person or that person. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Honorable Yabo?
Let me greet yourself, Chair, members of the committee. Let me greet the department, the leadership that is there, advisor to the minister, Abangandela, the interim VC, the chair of council, the interim VC, the leadership of UCT, the leadership of the students, the leadership of workers in all their categories. Good morning. Chair, I'm going to beg your indulgence to take a bit of time. I have made some copious notes from the redacted full reports of the panel. But also I'm going to be dealing with the process leading to the appointment or the decision for the appointment of the panel. So I'm going to be quite thorough in my comments and questions. And I also want to add to the concern raised by the chair earlier that for the second time in a row, the panel of representation from the university does not have a substantive person who is responsible for human resources. And yet the report of the panel is littered almost every second page with human resources issues. In the meeting on the 30th of August, the chair of council, then acting chair, Advocate Arens, said that in dealing with the matter around the appointments that were pending, including and not limited to the appointment of the ED, Human Resources, turned over on his shoulder and said, no, the ED, the acting is not here. If my memory serves me well, he mentioned the person, Bongani, somebody looking over his shoulder as if to look for him, as if he had missed the meeting. I went through the agenda yesterday and to check who is coming and with who are submitted. Still, there is no person of that nature who deals with nature. I want to understand if it's a deliberate decision, if it's an omission, because in the first instance, it would be an omission if the person is not invited. In the second instance, it's no longer an omission, it's deliberate. Because we would want to have answers that a person of substantive authority on a matter will be able to respond immediately without having to wait for written responses. I also want to make mention, as I go into the substantive issues around the reports and the process, that I took quite an exception, Chair, to the language used by the council in reading us the Riot Act in their presentation as it relates to matters concerning the former chair of council, Ngonya, specifically quoting rules of parliament in how we as parliamentarians can't go into matters that are deemed to be in front of a judiciary or that are awaiting decisions of the judiciary, effectively telling us to back off from that matter until the courts have decided, because the former chair has submitted a review application on the panel report. I take exception to that tone, that we are being spoken down on as parliament, and I can assure you, colleagues,
that this parliament is very serious with executing its duties. This parliament does not shy away from stepping on toes if needs be. We are not going to be told that don't touch on this matter or that matter because of X and Y. That we are even quoted our own rules of parliament. It's very unbecoming, and it tells us of the general attitude of this institution and the problems that have become perennial now under the same leadership which has been around for now nearly a decade. And the two councils that have been presiding over this institution, some of the members on this council have been present in both of them. And I will demonstrate with the content of the report what I'm speaking about. And the presence of these factions that have now coagulated themselves along specific interests. I wouldn't venture to say around racial lines, but specific interests. The first thing I want to speak on, Chair, in the absence of the Chair, acting Chair. Now, we are told that the matter that precipitated the appointment of the panel was as reflected in the initial terms of reference. Why Professor Liz DeLange chose to leave, or why she was terminated from the university. And it was because of a complaint or a letter she wrote stating that she had interest of serving a second term, and that she was denied that opportunity to serve a second term by the VC and the previous chair of council, both who are now former. That letter found its way, according to the report itself, found its way to Senate. The institutional statute, I want to check and test check whether this leadership here of this institution respects its own policies. The institutional statute is clear in Rule 27, paragraph 7A and B, and paragraph 8B, on what constitutes a matter that can be tabled in a meeting of Senate, and what the rules are in making sure that such a matter that is tabled, having not been put on the agenda, can be processed by Senate. I venture to say, and dare anyone to tell me, that these rules that I've just mentioned were met when the letter of one Professor DeLange was presented by the chair of the day of the Senate, who for some reason was not the VC, the former VC, but was Dr. Mora on the day. It's very peculiar that this letter finds its way on the very day that the VC is not chairing Senate, but someone else is chairing, and it's tabled. Did it meet the master of the rules to be processed by Senate? Did 2/3 majority of the Senate agree to the letter being tabled and processed as such? Because we are here now today dealing with the report of the panel because of that letter. That letter found itself gaining a status that is unprecedented, that other complaints of other employees have not been dealt with that grandeur. I can make an example of Professor Ramugondo, who has taken this university to court numerous times. None of her issues have been responded to with the level of seriousness that the issues brought by Professor DeLange has been afforded. None of the issues have been dealt with that seriousness. Senate seats, Senate decides, Senate then takes the decision to cancel. Council hurriedly agrees. On paragraph 250 of the redacted report, and I will consistently use the word redacted because that's how it's written. It's redacted on the assumption that there are certain sections where people can be named because of the respect to Popia, but there are certain individuals who are named who were not consulted whether they can be named in the report. Paragraph 250, and I want to go to it because it tells a tale of the nature of this leadership here and what precipitated the governance collapse in this institution. The new council was hopelessly divided from the beginning. Professor Chirwa's interpretation of the divide was, open quote, that there was one group in council which wanted to have the VC investigated with removal as the end. The other wanted to prevent any form of investigation or removal, opting for other interventions such as mediation, coaching, and team building. Close quote. The source 251, the source of the division lay in the frustration by some members of the previous council that the VC's improper conduct would not be investigated, and the determination of most of its new members led Maingonyama to move on and ignore what happened. Both believed that the path they were choosing was in UCT's best interest. And so we are now sitting discussing a matter of a polarized council, determined by a polarized council. Now, I don't know where you are from, how ethics are interpreted. But a body which is conflicted in and of itself does not carry, one, the moral authority, two, the statutory authority to appoint for itself a panel to investigate itself and handpick for itself who must investigate it. As the revised terms of reference say, the revised terms of reference, after the hurried deals that we made to get the VC to leave quick, the revised terms then says, no, investigate governance issues in general. The body that is conflicted on a matter appoints a panel. What do your rules say about conflict of interest? Do you even carry that authority as council to appoint a panel to investigate yourselves? Do you even have that authority? In which legal framework of which country have you seen a possible criminal, a suspect saying, no, I'll determine who must investigate me, I'll appoint myself an investigating officer, a detective, and then I'll appoint for myself a judge, jury, execution. Where have you seen that? For an institution of knowledge production, the rules are blurred. It's worrisome. Now, there is a question I will ask, and I want an honest answer to this question. Did council conclude an indemnity agreement with the panel for the work they have produced, the report for which we are sitting here today? Did council conclude, or the leadership of the institute conclude an indemnity agreement with the panel, indemnifying itself of any repercussions that may come pointing towards them at the end of the investigation? Yes or no? The issue, Honorable Lidzie mentioned the issue of conflict of interest between the registrar and the the interim VC? Who manages the day-to-day conflict of interest between the two? One reports to the other. It is a known fact, it is an open secret that Royston Pillay, registrar, forgive me if I don't mention your full title, sir, reports to the interim VC. It's an open secret. Emeritus Professor Dayanand Reddy, who manages that conflict of interest? Your own policy on conflict of interest says, it's on your website, it says, where there is a conflict of interest, one must recuse themselves from that conflict of interest. If the conflict is temporary in nature, at the sitting of determining anything considering that conflict, one must recuse themselves. The report itself, in one of the paragraphs in the area of 468, 67, speaks to that there is a members of committee who refuse to recuse themselves. And that is when Mr. So, Ezra Davids, Chirwa, et al. Wrote that they are removing themselves from the decisions taken that day because people who were conflicted refused to step outside, recuse themselves. They even voted on the matter of the day. Now, this conflict here that is happening every day, this conflict, who's managing it? By which rules are you managing it? Have you created a different protocol for managing it? And if yes, where was the decision taken? Can we be furnished with the record of decision? The panel in its work, Honorable Chair, on paragraph 25, says that no, they are inquisitorial. In fact, they do not have adjudicative powers. They say so, the panel. They don't have adjudicative powers. But peculiarly, on a specific day, 17th of May, 2023, this very same panel, which does not have adjudicative powers, issues an interim report outside of the scope of their terms of reference. Who pushed them for an interim report? There's a saying that we use in our language. Le reports ye panel the panel is told by somebody somewhere that no guys, we need an interim report on the 17th of May. By its own admission, in its own report, the panel says they started interviews on the 3rd of April. They started the presentation made by the chair of council says the work of the panel started in January. It is not factual. It's not factual. It's not a fact. The panel itself says in the earlier paragraphs that before they started their work, council had already reached an agreement in February with the former VC that she must leave on the 3rd of March. They say so before we started our work. Now, how do we then believe that this council is telling us the truth? When you miss such a primary basic point of fact. No, the panel started its work in January. The panel says in its report, before we started our work, in February, council already had an agreement with Pagé, and on the 3rd of March, she was going. We started interviewing on the 3rd of April. The last interview was concluded by the panel in August the 18th. But between the 3rd of April and the 17th of May, already the panel was ready to issue an interim report. And listen to this preposterous reason for this report, this farce of an interim report. One thing only. to recommend the removal of Ngonyama as chair. Someone needs to tell us the authority of this panel. When the chair of council was asked, why is the ED Human Resources and other positions, the Dean of Science and another dean were not appointed? On the Dean of Science, he says, no, that is going to be concluded in October when council sits. On the position of ED Human Resources, he says, and I will quote him, not verbatim, I'll paraphrase him. He says, once the report of the panel is out, we will then conclude on the appointment of the ED Human Resources. So one position is subjected to certain rules, the other is subjected to different rules. The inconsistency of this council is shocking. Why does the appointment of the ED Human Resource have to wait for the report, the panel report, and yet the appointment of the Dean of Science? By the way, in the timeline, the process of appointing the dean, recruiting the dean, started after the ED Human Resource. By the way, why are they treated differently? Why does the council chair say this one will be done when council sits? This one we must wait for the panel report. Why? What is the authority of this panel as far as the university is concerned? Has it been delegated powers of council? And there is an issue that is raised by the panel itself in its report. It says that council had assumed the posture of interfering into day-to-day running of the university. Day-to-day issues. Day-to-day issues. Certain matters are not taken through channels of the university as per their policy. They are taken directly to the council. The one example is the matter of the register with the golden handshake. All right, let's deal with the fact that the registrar had resigned. The registrar resigned at the same time that Dr. Mora resigned. Your own policy dictates that a person must serve a 6 months exit notice. Submits in November, resignation accepted by the former VC. In April, rescinds rights to cancel register. No, I want to review my decision to rescind that resignation. I've changed my mind. Council goes further to appoint a committee with a certain professor, is it Hogan, who writes to council that no, we have accepted the process to rescind the resignation is fine. Furthermore, the proposal that early retirement be granted to the registrar is accepted, and that the remainder of the term of his contract, then he be paid according to the rates that are commensurate to the period outstanding in that contract. I don't understand how your human resources policy works. So does this thing apply to only Mr. Pile because he has a familiar relationship with the interim VC? Or does it apply as an umbrella policy to any employee of the university? So people can submit resignations and in the middle of serving their exit notice, they can rescind. Do you allow that same benefit to anyone? If so, do you have an example that you can show us previously that it has happened? Because if we are going to deal with the leadership that is inconsistent in the application of its principles, then you are not worthy of leading this institution. I would suggest that you voluntarily step down. You look first, who's this? Oh, no, principle A applies. You look, oh, who's the, no, this one. Principle B applies. And there is a, I don't know, I don't want to draw any inference, but there is a consistent use of a certain Mr. Ezra David, a certain Mr. Rousseau consistently in subcommittees appointed by council to handle issues, one that related to the delinquencies or alleged delinquencies of parking. Why these particular people consistently? Why them? Why is there no change on two different matters, two different councils, one chaired by Pichal, the other chaired by Ngonya, but the other chaired now by Advocate Orange. This particular set is appointed to handle these issues, interface with the panel. I disagree that this council even had the authority to appoint a body to investigate matters related to itself. I disagree. I don't think that even Paja would agree that this is justiciable, it's just to have a body that is authorized with such authority, then appoint for itself a panel that can investigate itself. And then it becomes a body to adjudicate whether this report is acceptable or not. How independent is this, really? So I don't take the explanation given by the Job Council that they say they should have dealt with these governance issues timeless. There is no determination that you can abdicate responsibility and apply corrective measures later and then apologize. The report says no, apologize. The double standards of this council are too glaring to ignore. Now, when the chair opened the presentation, speaking on the meeting of the 14th of October, he says the meeting was a controlled environment. When the report was presented, I want to ask the following question. How was the report presented to members of council? One, in what form? Was it hard copies? Was it soft copies? When was the report finished to members of council? Was it during the meeting? Was it prior to the meeting? As prescribed by your own institutional statute, by the way. 3, what elements deemed the meeting controlled environment? What did you do to ensure that the environment is controlled? And how much time were members of council afforded to read the report, to engage substantially on it, on the meeting, for the meeting of the 14th of October? The subsequent meeting, what was the agenda of the subsequent meeting as per your presentation? I think you might have mentioned that it said on the 28th of October. What was the nature of that meeting? What was being discussed there? If the meeting of the 14th of October was to receive the report and to speak on it, what was the purpose of the meeting of the 28th of October? Now, yes, I'm heading towards closing. There is a certain Mugda Parker who is now acting COO. His substantive position is Executive Director Property. I forgot the full description of that position. He is reporting to himself. It's on your website. It's there. These things I'm mentioning are on your website. Mugda Parker is acting COO. He's also Executive Director of Property Services, etc., etc. He is so how does it work? How does this thing work? Please educate me. So the COO writes to the AED Property Services I request a report on X, Y, and Z on your functions, and then the ED responds to the COO. But so the Mr. Parker sits on this chair. He is now a COO. He transfers to the chair next to mine. He is now ED of property. He's reporting to himself. How is that good governance? How if you were to bring in the King Report 5, does it qualify? Okay, if you were to use simple logic, does it make sense? I want to agree with Honorable Shukwamban and Litsi that this council is not worth each salt in weight. The department must move with speed. You see, if there's a place where the minister must move with speed, it's here. Yeah. If I were the minister, I would have appointed an assessor already, independent assessor. The inconsistencies are glaring. Now, last, as I close, Herda Kruger, Herda, there is 25 paragraphs in the board dedicated to the Herda matter. Question 1. Was there an investigation on the allegations against Herda Kruger done by the university? Was there an investigation? The report mentions a legal opinion by a legal firm. It chucks that opinion out of the window. But my question is, was there an investigation on the misconduct of one Herda Kruger by the university? If yes, what does that investigation report recommend? When Ms. Kruger wrote a grievance against the VC, on the timeline of events, when did she write that grievance? And on the weight of processing matters, which took precedence? The process of being charged and investigated, or the grievance? Who dealt with the grievance and how was it handled? You see why we need the human resources person here? Because these are HR questions. And why is it that Ms. Kruger deserves a golden handshake of 2.2 million rands and an apology? What was Ms. Herda Kruger charged of? What were her charges? Why does she deserve 2.2 million rands and an apology from the university? I have a lot. Let me close my notebook. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Now we read. The mistake that the sector makes is that they think members of parliament don't read anything. We are here because we were just elected. We were bored. We have read the full extent of the 179 page. We are now waiting for the annex charts. You deny that is we want them. We want to go through them ourselves. But we would recommend, Chair, that minister must zoom into UCT post-haste. Here it's a war situation that requires immediate intervention. Not tomorrow, yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable.
Can we have a comfort break, please? I don't want to get up while
One of the honorable members is making a presentation.
Alright, just 2 seconds. I think members are laughing because, yeah, we probably don't live a very healthy life, do we? Yeah, so hardly call for comfort. But because you have to respond to what is being said, we are going to call for a comfort break. And so it is 11:24. I'd like for us to be back in the room, just maybe let's say 11:35. And also, kindly note that it does seem as though there is a lot, in as much as Honorable Shikwambana was saying, we must just simply set aside this report. There is a lot that members have to say in terms of how they feel about this report that, from what has been discussed thus far, does not inspire much confidence. But yeah, it's 11:24. Can we please be back in the room at 11:35?
Thank you.
If we could get our inputs from Honorable Noble.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to colleagues. Chairperson, my point is, I know that the members who have suggested that the minister must look at making sure that there is an independent assessor. But I also still think that the recommendations of the independent panel should still be implemented. The council should still implement the recommendations of the panel, and especially as the council indicated that the panel's report will be used as a roadmap to ensure that there is accountability, transparency, and good governance in the institution moving forward. And I think that there is all of us want that. We want to make sure that institutions of parliament are accountable, and that there is a high level of transparency, and that there is good governance. And so if in the council's view, this report can help in making sure that there's transparency, accountability, and good governance. So it should be used as a roadmap by council. Excuse me. So I want to find out from council if there is any actions that they have taken to implement any of the recommendations so far, and maybe give us some details on that. And also, can the chair of council give us some clarity on the main purpose of this coming Saturday's meeting? I know that you said that you will look at how you're going to implement the recommendations, but maybe what are you hoping to achieve and what can be expected after that meeting? And just lastly, by when do you think you will be able to have a new vice chancellor? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Honorable Saka.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to say, I want to borrow onto all the greetings and all observations that have already been made. I don't think it's necessary for me to do my own. I want to say that there's a lot that has been said by previous speakers that I have covered on. But allow me to say this, Chairperson. Sitting here, it's number one, the AC temperature in this room is very political. My feet have been cold. So it's just on a lighter note to everybody because the space is very cold right now. But secondly, Chair, testing the integrity of this report is very awkward. And it's not necessarily awkward because of the composition of the people served in the panel. But it's very awkward because of the processes that were followed in the composition of the report. And also because of the intention of the investigation of the panel. I mean, you can see in the recommendations and their nature that there's a whole lot of mess and confusion around intention and outcomes. And this is something we spoke about as a portfolio committee that I think the council chairperson and the leadership of the institution will agree on. In our previous meeting as the portfolio committee, we highlighted that we were confused, and I think the institution is also confused to a certain extent around what were you trying to achieve with this investigation? What were you trying to prove? What did you want to correct? For whom did you want to correct it? With whom did you want to correct it? Chair, I think had there been better clarity there, we wouldn't be asking ourselves questions such as those that popped up earlier on around whether this was some sort of, I don't know, opportunity for the institution to make it seem like they did something to cover up the decisions that they made in the midst of the mess that the institution is currently in. What I'm trying to say here, Chairperson, is that it can't be that you have a report of the nature that is before us that seemingly wants to test black racism within the institution without testing black racism within the institution. And I think that's where our problem lies. And that's where there's confusion and pushback within certain communities to say that if the problem within the institution is transformation, and you want to test to what extent the institution has transformed itself, to what extent it can still do, to what extent it has the capacity to do so, then do that. Don't use this report as a scapegoat of that, particularly because it has been done very poorly. It does not achieve that. Instead, then what the report does is it highlights an image of there being a black people problem within the University of Cape Town without doing the same for some sort of white or colored people problem within the University of Cape Town. That's very dangerous, particularly given, one, the history of this institution in terms of its activism, but also because of the academic standing of this institution. We cannot afford to have Africa's leading institution of higher learning to be dabbling with such mess. It's very messy altogether. And so, Chair, I want to say that the whole thing is just very messy. Very, very messy. And I think Honorable Yabo to a certain extent touched bits of why this is messy. And so the validity, therefore, of the shady vibes or dictatorship vibes of the former Vice Chancellor or the former chairperson cannot truly be held, because now you don't know whether really they were shady people because of the process. So you even defeated the purpose of showing how their behavior and their actions are a problem, and they may have been a problem. But because of how the institution went about this, you've effectively absolved them of that because of just how messy the process was. And so, and this is also proven in just your handshakes again. Like now, the University of Cape Town can never, without a shadow of a doubt, say Mamkheti again is a problem because of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because you yourself, you started to say that she's a problem, and then you absolved her by doing weird things and shady things, but not following proper protocols and protecting yourselves in ways that you didn't really have to protect yourself if your interest truly was to shine light to darkness. So that's why, sitting here as the Portfolio Committee of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, I don't understand also what it is that we're trying to do here. The Chair, I think we've spoken ad nauseum about this in the previous meeting. I just want to add this, particularly with the recommendations. I said in my preamble that the recommendations, the nature of the recommendations speak to just how messy this process is and the awkwardness or weirdness around what the outcome are. Let's first deal with the first thing. On the recommendation that the nomination process of people who get to serve on council needs to be reviewed. What is wrong with the current process or the previous process? I think if there's clarity there, we would understand what it is that you're trying to change about who gets to sit on council. And what's weird in that process right now? How was it flawed in the past? How was it manipulated in the past? That way we get to know who got to benefit from that manipulation and how that is a problem for not only the council itself but the institution order. The second thing that I need to, and in addition to that, who does not meet the criteria there? Who in the view of the report is not qualified to sit on council? Who is that person? There's no clarity there. The other thing that I want to understand is, there's another recommendation that speaks to the skill set necessary, the skill set necessary for a person to sit on council. So apart from the names that have been listed, i.e. former Chair Nyama, who arguably also, who else doesn't have the current skills or the necessary skills as per the descriptions of the investigation report to sit on council? Because it speaks very specifically there that you need to ensure that people have skills. What are these skills, and who doesn't have those skills? And the reason why I'm asking this is because it also will deal with the question of the conflict of interest of currently serving council members who have been serving throughout council since the appointment of these people. And when you tie this in with my previous question around the process, you'll then also understand that nobody who sits in council right now, who has been sitting in council since then, can confidently say that they, one, had no say, no responsibility that they need to take on, one, the appointment of the vice chancellor themselves, two, the decisions that the institution had taken, the council had taken throughout the entire mess, with dealing with complaints to the ombuds office, with dealing with complaints that came to which each of the respective offices held within council. So that needs to be clarified. Because you can't declare one conflict of interest and not declare the other. And I worry because it's almost as if nobody wants to be honest about the role that they have played to leading up to where we are right now. And it's because of that kind of seeking for shade culture that even the authority of council right now is questionable. The legitimacy of council right now is questionable. And this is not fair for people within the institution who actually have been doing things correctly, who've been doing the right things, who've been working really hard and ensuring that the institution upholds the decorum, the international academic decorum and status that it does. So little things such as those are what have led to the decay that we have right now. And it is not fair. And it's also not fair on the students, the creme de la creme of students in this country and across the globe who come to study at this institution because they know it to be the IT institution. It's not fair. And so now I want to move on to something, and maybe I don't know if this is permissible or not, and whether it would be allowed, Chairperson, through you. Particularly with the case of Ramugondo. I want to hear, because consistently with her specific case, Prof has declared that she was not referring to Islam at any point. But the investigation report says no, but July you were. She's here. Maybe she can tell the committee that who were you referring to if you're not referring to Islam. Because then maybe that would help us also as a committee get a better understanding of what it is that is being chased here, what it is that is being concealed, what it is that is being protected, or what it is that is being fantasized, as others would want to argue. So if you are not referring, if your racial remarks, derogatory remarks, were not referring to Islam, who were they referring to? Maybe that would be clear and that would help us, right? The one thing I want to say I agree with absolutely is the recommendation that have to do with Dr. Lazim Shab. I think the investigation there mustn't just be with his conduct within council or social media, but they must also investigate how he runs his classrooms as well. His lectures, the content of his offerings, and what it is that students are being lectured on. That 100%, I can say as confidence as a person that sat in one of these lecture rooms, must be investigated. And that it's not the only person in the institution that needs to be investigated. There are a whole lot of other people. So outside the prescriptions of these recommendations, the institution itself has a responsibility to conduct its own investigation and what do you call audit of the kind of offerings that the institution has, again, given the status of this institution. The last question I have, Chair, because I think others are really futile questions and we're not going to get answers, as seen in the previous meeting. The last one that I want to ask is, on the individuals that have been wronged, right, by the institution, who is taking responsibility for what? So when you're going to issue apologies to certain people, who's issuing an apology for what exactly? To which individuals? And also, how do you identify who has been wronged? Like, run us through as a committee. How are you compiling the list of Karabo Khachab has been wronged by Batab Lunongoba, Batab Lunongoba has been wronged by Karabo Khachab? How do you do that? So that needs to be clear. And yeah, so that's that. So the individuals who's taking responsibility for what, and who is being identified as a person that has been wronged, who's doing the identification, and how is the identification being done. So I think I'm just going to leave it at there because everything else is just, yeah. Thank you.
Honorable Clay.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, before you do continue, yeah, I must mention the issue of the temperature. When I checked the weather forecast, it said Cape Town would be warm, and so I dressed accordingly. But I also don't feel like, yeah, I know they say Cape Town has multiple weathers, but this is a bit, if we can just regulate it, so we'll, because we are many in the room, we understand the importance of just cooling the room up from time to time, but it is a bit cold in here.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me also just greet everyone that's here without having to go into long introductions. The first thing I want to ask is in the DDG's opening remarks. She mentioned that there was a letter by the minister that was sent. And if you could just clarify, when was this letter sent? And why is it that it has not been responded to yet? And why has it not been responded to? If that letter was sent and the time frames from the time that the letter was received to today, which there is no response, I'm sure, up to now, why is there no response to that letter? There's something that's very important for me that was raised in this report that speaks to a double standard, and that's the best way of putting it. In that you are saying one must apologize and be compensated, while the other is just fine for an apology. In some cases, not even an apology. Now, how does an institution who is at the helm of having to build relations then be able to allow for such distinct oppositions? I mean, it clearly just divides further the institution when you have these double standards. I also want to ask, because I'm not sure in the introductions if I heard this, whether the panel is present. It's just a question I'm asking. And then it brings me to the next point of how independent is this independent panel? And I think that's my biggest concern, having to read through the reports, having to listen to all that I've listened to today, is how independent really was this panel? And it's kind of like, and I've heard other honorable members say, it's clearly you can't be the referee and the player. And this is exactly what it has been. And so I'm also in support of this independent assessor. But I'll be very against if we're going to spend a whole lot of money more to be able to undo something that we've spent 12 million on. And I'm getting to that point. 12 million rand spent on interviewing 27 witnesses. And what I can't understand is that you mentioned somewhere in the report that there was extensive written and oral evidence. But I go to your report and I see at point 43, it talks about 42. It talks about 27 oral submissions of which you requested them to give it in writing. So how many was written and how many was oral? Because really for me, it's just saying that the same 27 people who gave oral submissions were actually asked to give written submissions. And then what is the breakdown of those persons that formed part of your witnesses? Because clearly, in an institution as huge as this, you conducted an independent investigation with that amount of people and came out with a report like this, then it clearly has to be flawed. If you just look at the component of the council itself, and then the staff component, and the student component, and all of it, and it really can, I find it hard to understand how you would compile a report with that number of people. And then the report also talks about staff that are implicated, many staff. And the question there is, has there been any consequence management? You also have critical vacancies, in fact, a lot of acting positions. Now, these posts that are vacant results in an unstable institution. And so the question is when and how much longer is it going to take before you fill in those vacancies? And these are critical vacancies. We're talking about posts that really talks to the stability of this institution. And you are still failing to fill those posts. I also want to draw the comparison between the previous report of the Ombuds and this independent panel. Because I actually feel like I'll be able to find many glaring things between the two. If not, you might even have some copy and paste. Because I'm just asking this because you're 12 million rand later for all of that. And I have to ask this question because the veracity of this report is highly questionable. The last two, how do you manage conflict at the university? Because clearly it doesn't seem like you handle it in the way it should be handled. And it seems like, and I want to use the word openly, that we have a cabal, and if I belong to this cabal or belong to this faction, then it's dealt with differently, and if I belong to the other side, it's dealt with differently. And that for me is where the biggest challenge is. And then how old is the acting VC? Is it not your own policy that says that the retirement age is 65? So I'd like you to just clarify for me how old is your acting VC. But Chair, I have to say that transformation is far from happening in this institution from what we see glaring at us. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Flag. Councillor? Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. We are better. It's terrible. Yeah, according to the report we get from our students, they said they don't accept this report. They have got many questions. They didn't ask those questions. And the Honorable Chikwambang said we must put aside because they have got questions. Let us not waste our time. Let's put it aside. It has been recommended that an external assessor must be appointed. Who's izolunga let ayilunga? Ayilungile. But if we're talking about yenina blacks, yenina whites, it's true. It's bad. It's bad. It can't be. Well, South Africa is going. It can't be. And this institution is led by Abadala. But you are calling blacks, what about these kids? What are you doing to them? If we don't respect yourselves, you will never respect us, and you will never respect these kids. And yeah, we have put it aside. let's start afresh. Even workers are not satisfied. Let's go with external assessment, please. I don't have many questions because previous honorable members have said everything. Thanks, Chairperson.
Honorable Sylvia, Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. I think I'm tempted to follow the route of what I was here to say. Firstly, let's recognize that most of members are clear on principle to say let's set aside the report of the panel. Maybe it will come back if the assessor, the external assessor will validate it in a later stage. Why I'm saying so is because if the external assessor chair say that confirm what we see, to say it is not credible, then it will go to a matter of even the money that was spent on it will need to be recovered. Because once you initiate and commit say it is funds on an instigation, whereas you know exactly that that instigation will not be credible, you will give it a direction where it should go, which will not be fair. Then you have to pay back that money that you spent on that instigation. So I think we should set it aside with a principle to say it should be validated. If it's not validated, the money that is spent on it should be repaid. Then I think we should take that route first and foremost. Then there are elements that we need to deal with. I think, I don't know how can we say it now and again that we are living in South Africa that allow everybody to participate freely on any institution. You know, in us, we are doing everything we can to give a platform whereby we are white or black. We have to be everywhere we want to be and do whatever we want to do in South Africa. South Africa belongs to everyone who lives in it. And when there are corners in South Africa whereby people are treated not as South Africans, we have to uproot that element, throw it out of the institution. And I think we've seen most of this element in this institution, and we won't allow it. I think you can see that in this community, we are a red commission, but there is no one who says, I don't have a right to say what. Everyone is free to participate, everyone is free to do everything on a right platform. So I really don't think it's right thing that blacks in these institutions feel that they are mistreated until in the position whereby when there are disciplinary processes, they discriminate blacks and they give a free way for whites. There is the issue of Dr. Ire and there is the issue of Miss Federcook. They are not treated as the same, and we cannot allow that. We cannot allow that. I think our external assessor will go even into that 2.2 million that is talking about there for Miss Cook. And the legal fees that are not set, that were paid by the institution. I think the assessor should go into all of that so that we know what is the extent of the discrimination that is being given here in this institution. I feel Chair should get to say what is the composition of a Senate in terms of the representation and why there are some sectors that are not included Whereas everywhere in this country, when you are talking about institutions that are influent, so we need to know about that. And if it's it's still the issue of the color, then I think there's a lot to do in order to rectify. I heard that our colleagues are saying that we are far from having an equal environment in this institution, but I think if it needs to be enforced, we have to enforce it. Because there is no one above the law in South Africa. So I think we need to get a report to say who should sit where. And when someone is not sitting, she's supposed to sit. We have to get an answer why not. Because we're not, let's say, chair must sit on this committee, whereas he's not supposed to sit. But when she's supposed to sit to that committee, must sit to that committee. Whether it is white or black, it doesn't matter. So I think we need to get those answers. The issue of the council, I think after the independent assessor chair, the issue of the council or dissolving the council will come on table, because we cannot just jump up and say no, because the union and the students are saying that the council is not credible. As much as we can see the signs, but we are playing by the law. We need to have an investigation, and after the investigation, then we can be able to reference on the outcome of the investigation to say this is what should happen. And I think Chair Honorable asked the question that I wanted to ask, to say here in the UCT, when are we going to, according by the policies of the constitution of this institution, when is the retirement age? Because I think the time whereby even this call, we are making this call even in government, to say it's a high time whereby we prescribe laws and policies that should include us. We not prescribe laws and policies that exclude us, and we made them for some other people. So it's a norm that in South Africa, our constitution says that when you reach 65, you can just be an agent or an expert because of the experience, but you cannot hold or lead an institution or be at work as a full-time member. So I think we need to get an answer from that one to say the acting VC, how old is he, and it reflects that if it's below 65, then it's fine. But if it's above, he is above 65, then we should get an answer why he is appointed as an acting VC, whereas we know that once you're 65, you should go home and play with your kids or get into another side of looking very random experience to the institution. Maybe Chair, the other point that I wanted to chat that I saw on the report is the financial management of this institution. I think there are no boundaries in terms of the financial management of this institution. Whenever one feels like you have to shake a hand for someone, you just take millions and give that person. And you know that your things will be quite all right. And at the other side, there's a notion that says the institution doesn't have finance on a good shape, but there are millions that are keep on flying out to people on this inner side of this institution. So I think we need to get into that space. Our investigation should be one of their terms of reference to say they must step into that space and get the facts around the financial management of this institution, or it's just a way to enrich themselves, the management of this institution. I think the external assessor will also go to the composition of that panel independent investigation panel that was constituted to look at it and look if there is anything that they can pick up that will safe to say that panel was considered unparalleled, and we must go there and do what one and choose. We need to get that report. We need to know, because I heard that I think it was student representation that said the panel decided to interview people instead of going to shelves of the institution and get reports and policies that constitute and things that have been done on those departments. Because you cannot just interview a person, whereas there are files that govern this body. And there are facts that you'll get in that about that. But so I think even also that I think it will help our assessor to get facts around this matter. There isn't something written about irregular expenditure of about 15 million or so. I think we need to know about that, because there's always talking about financial management of this institution. And when you have irregular expenditure of 15 million, I don't think that is a small money. That money needs to be investigated. And I think as a fact, there is nothing said it was ratified or something, by the council or something. So we need to get what happened, why there was so much on irregular expenditure, why the processes were not followed, what happened even to reach that kind of money. But all in all, Chair, I think one will not keep on repeating what was said by other colleagues, because we have read one report, we have read the other same report, and we are commenting on one same report, but all in all, we are agreeing that this needs to be assessed, and we condemn the action of discriminating less in this institution. We have to treat each other as equals, because we are living in the same country. And if someone wants to continue discriminating blacks, I think we have the right processes to discipline and to bring that into order as the Parliament and as the people of South Africa. If as a committee are failing, we still have other hands to call order this institution. We can enforce them so that this institution will come to South Africa, because it seems like it's an institution outside South Africa but inside South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Zondo. Honourable King. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start off with a more positive note. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the institution on your clean audit outcome that you have received. But when you read this report, it actually overshadows the audit report and outcomes that you have received. When I saw the presentation presented by the chairperson, I would have expected to see exactly what in the HR was the issue, how you are going to, by what time frame you would be assessing the HR system, by what time frame are you going to sit, because you had your meetings on the 28th, but what transpired out of that meeting in terms of what your decisions was, in terms of looking at your governance, your internal governance itself. That report was just a generalized statement that was given to us, overshadowed by the process of, yes, we are now telling you we are going at the process of looking at the new Vice Chancellor, and you are going to look at the criteria of the Vice Chancellor. So to me, it actually said nothing from the report that was actually given to us. What this also tells me, Chairperson, that, and I'm going to sound a bit different from what the others said about transformation, and mind you, I have no qualms with transformation. I do feel that this institution can do so much more in terms of the transformational agenda, not being it on race only. But the silence of the executive when these atrocities transpired, with the emotional intelligence that is in question of the previous Vice-Chancellor and her behavior towards her colleagues. I'm not going to mention race here. Behavior towards her colleagues leads me to believe that the executive of the council was actually very scared to say that we are anti-transformation when we are going to take on this Vice-Chancellor for wrongdoing. You were told that she might not be fit for purpose for the current position. You had that report. You had an ombudsman report who spoke about her behavior. You were silent on that. So that actually raises a serious concern in how would I not even fit for purpose? I do think you're fit for purpose. But I don't think you're bold enough to take over issues that affects transformation and issues that will dent the image of this institution. You are doing it in the best interest of this institution, but by keeping silent, you are actually defeating the very purpose of the best interest of this institution. So that is what came forth when you read this report. I do also feel that there is no collective responsibility taken by this executive. And I do say, I would also, but after consultation with the minister, after responding to the letter of request from the minister based on this report, and after and if the minister is going to say an independent assessor, I will wholeheartedly agree on an independent assessor report. I think maybe we need to delve deeper, Chair. Not only look it in the sense of UCT. We've had numerous institutions with governance issues that come before us, and there hasn't really been much discussion around governance in the sector at all. So, Chair, I think that is the main crux that we need to look at. Review also from legislation, and maybe look at amending the legislation in terms of ensuring that there are proper direction in terms of the composition of council members. Because you find that at one institution, they would have the workers and not SRC, and other institutions, it's vice versa.
Yeah.
So there is no clear direction in terms of the Act itself to ensure that there is direction for councils to follow on. Much has been said that I would actually in some respect agree with, but I do not really much agree in terms of the race much. But I do agree in terms of the process that might have been flawed in this regard, in terms of the conflict of interest, because you cannot give evidence and then still review the same report that you gave evidence to. So that to me should be, you should have absolved yourself also from that whole process. But where it actually started, Chairperson, for me, when we had the last meeting, we raised concern about the golden handshake that was given to the previous Vice-Chancellor and a non-disclosure agreement that was signed, and to absolve herself from being part of this investigation. And then new terms of reference came to mind. They are going to look at the governance. Still boils down to the fact is, why after the Vice-Chancellor left, would you then consider to then extend, to change the terms of reference? It should have come back to your council. You should have actually had a unanimous discussion on exactly what is it that you want to have investigated. Because now the professor, the Vice-Chancellor, is not here, and I personally feel she should have been the one who should publicly apologize to everyone she offended. Now you will have to do it on her behalf. It just doesn't sound right. Or maybe you are going to apologize for keeping quiet and for being a silent accomplice to all the atrocities that was done against the others. So now it overshadows again the academics and everything else of this institution. It is a fine institution. It is one of the best institutions in Africa. And it would be very sad that small governance issues is going to overshadow what this institution can accomplish. And I do agree when it comes to succession planning. At some stage, we need to look also from this institution, what is your succession planning? And that is where the HR should have been here. We should have received information from the HR that is absent in this regard. To say that this institution needs to be placed under administration, I would totally disagree. I don't think the institution is at that stage where we should even look at the administration of this institution. But we should surely look at the executive capabilities of this institution to take bold steps and not to be quiet just because you are afraid you're going to offend a transformational agenda of this country. Wrong is wrong, right is right. And if you see somebody that is not fit for purpose, who doesn't have the proper emotional intelligence to deal with people, I think this institution, this executive, should have been more bolder. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable King. Honorable Valerie.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, colleagues. Let me start where you have started, Chairperson. And I think one of the things that everybody must note here is that we don't actually deal with personalities as the portfolio committee, but we deal with the merits in terms of procedure and conduct. And I think it was deliberate that Honorable Shikwambani make an example of how this report is painted in terms of black people being pushed and being treated. It's deliberate, and we are very deliberate about the transformational agenda in terms of us seeing everybody as equal must be. Basic principles of law dictates that we are all equal before the law. So I think as the portfolio committee, that's where we come in to say, but if you read this independent report, it doesn't paint everybody as equal before the law. There's application of Mumpendulo, there's application of Jimananis. And that's where we come in to say that we want to condemn any conduct of that, even if it's not here on the university. We condemn it with any reaction that not in our time that we would get that as the portfolio committee, we come here, now we raise issues on the race issue. We are raising it on the basis that we have an agenda to transform the gender agenda. Chairperson, I think most of the members have spoken that we are lobbying the minister to give this institution his attention by today in terms of dealing with issues that he needs to do. One is the suggestion that this matter must be taken to an independent assessor. And I think all of us will agree on that, regardless of which party do we come from. And Chairperson, I think as this portfolio committee, we have shown to many people that Honorable King, we always touch those who are seen as untouchable. And those who feel that they are close to certain proximity. We've been doing that. If all of you who are following this portfolio committee follow us through in each and every platform, you would confirm that we didn't come here with a pack of predetermined views in terms of how we want to engage with yourselves. We are engaging with ourselves deliberately on what we got, even in this meeting, from the students themselves and from the union. And we are very deliberate about how we want to see institutions implementing their policies. You can't do a policy, then you don't implement it, then you want to be seen as fit for purpose. I disagree. The reason why we are being insulted as members of parliament, it is on the basis that we would have good policies but not implement. So the council in this institution, without fear or favor, Honorable King, they are not fit for purpose. The issue of them acknowledging and actually indicating some remorse and taking responsibility that they have failed that doesn't mean that you need to be exonerated from this report. What is the consequence management for those who were there watching when Jane was NC? Because I believe we need to get sense, what is it that the institution is doing for those? As much as we appreciate that there's an indication that those who have been wronged by University 153 must happen, but those who have wronged those people, what is it that the institution has put in place to ensure that those people actually account for their deeds? All of us, I mean, we are always proud about UCT. We've been from Switzerland. We saw there are nice projects internationally. But it can be correct that when we come here again, we mask the truth about issues that are happening here in terms of how we're dealing with each other as colleagues. And Chair, from my side, I have 3 questions that one would want to ask. What is the role of the transformational committee in all processes that has to do with the transformational agenda in the institution? Because for me, when you establish a committee, you are establishing it for a certain purpose or outcome. So in all these things, before the independent assessor, what is that body doing in terms of ensuring that there's transformation and issues of bullying, issues of people seeing each other as black and black or black, white and what is it that they've been doing before we get to this part of an independent assessor? The other thing that I want to say, Honorable Rondo here asked about the issue of the age. I want to ask it nicely to say, what does the policy say with regards to that? So if the policy says 70, as you are saying, yeah, how you are stepping? Yeah. So what does your policy say in terms of retirement? Because that's where we need to get clarity. And if it says that 80 years, then it's fine. Therefore, anybody who's there, 80 is fine. The other one, Chairperson, I want to check with the institution, when last did you review your code of conduct? Because you can see that there's reputation of unethical conduct. And this unethical conduct have been institutionalized, have been professionalized. It's uniform now. Everybody wears a boss thing here in this particular institution. And it is very wrong that colleagues, we come here, we are told the minister has written a letter, and we can be given feedback that the institution has responded by saying 1, 2, 3. You are this thing of institutional autonomy, Honorable Mkash, somehow it is a problem. Because we are told as members of parliament, we can do our oversight and accountability up until this far. But when there's funds and budget, we are the ones who are saying, we vote for this budget. So it is important that, we have went through the colloquiums in terms of institutional autonomy. And I believe that as institutions, we got each other by saying that this is our part as members of parliament, Honorable G, and this is your part as councils within institutions. So I think, Honorable King, it is not bad that we didn't acknowledge the clean audit. We saw it, we are happy about it. But with this depressing report, you can't want to make the room to be more honeymoon. If we come here and then there's honeymoon, then the world will judge us otherwise. I was saying to the chairperson, when you read this report, you put yourself in different colors, different places. As a young woman, as a person who understands what is governance, actually good governance, what is accountability. There was no way, Honorable, that one could have not taken any point from a racial point. We are very deliberate. And it's unfortunate that we come here today and others will then misinterpret how we want to deal with this issue. But with fairness, Chairperson, the minister must deal with, from ourselves as the community, there should be a letter that goes to the minister, Honorable Yabo, detailing that we need an independent assessor, one. Number two, we need his intervention as he did at UNISA there. I'm not suggesting anything that has to do administration or what, but I'm suggesting that the very same process that applied somewhere, it must come and apply here.
You already said it, it's fine.
No, thank you, Chairperson.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Manganiso. Thank you very much to all members. It's 12:35. Our meeting is scheduled to end at 1. I'm going to implore on colleagues if we can just try and push it. I think we're going to need an additional. How much time do you think you need to respond?
Honourable Chair, firstly, if we could have time either to caucus.
I love your honesty, Chair. I really appreciate your honesty. We're not going to give you time to caucus, Chair. We can give you time to coordinate yourselves, because we would assume that there are certain people whose offices are responsible for certain elements of the responses.
Yeah,
so we can afford you that time. Chair, and you know, Chair, I must caution you. This thing of yours of using words like comrade, and now you're using caucus in this meeting. Careful, Chair, so that we don't overly politicize these meetings. I'm cautioning you that we just refer to people as colleagues and things like that. But we will afford you time to coordinate yourselves. 30 minutes? No, 30 minutes to respond. I'm just dealing with the program now. 30 minutes? Yeah, I think 30 minutes for you to respond is going to be okay. We're going to afford you 10 minutes of a coordination time also to allow people to just stretch. So that means we will conclude our meeting. So we'll adjourn at 12:45. At 1 o'clock, we need to be back in this meeting. At 13:45, we would have ended this meeting. All right, so I want to say a few things before we afford you an opportunity to coordinate yourselves in terms of your responses. There's a lot of concern, DDG Sotrikwa. Advisor Rondin, that perhaps the process that has been followed was not as due as it should be. There's what I call trust deficit. No one is feeling certain that the process that was followed was fair and will yield the best results for the institution. That is a sentiment within the stakeholders in the institution, particularly students and workers. The IF, we note that you need time to go and interact on your own. When we last met, and I think Honorable Khakhar, maybe a few members also spoke to us, we were concerned about the terms of reference, and I think we even questioned matters like, I think that it spoke about how it will, it won't delve into the issues of Prof Pageng, but it's going to reflect, it's not reflective, but you're going to interact with her. It was just a bit messy. I can't even think of it from the top of my head. But it was messy, and we shared with yourselves our concerns around what is it exactly that you're trying to achieve. And so it's not completely shocking that once the report comes out, people are still not confident in terms of what the report is saying. And that's an overarching concern from members. Whether or not members think that the recommendations should be followed through or not, there's an overarching sentiment that this process was not as thorough as it should have been. And so what could assist us in that regard is if we perhaps have an independent assessor coming on board. And here because there's this little bit of information that DDG Sotikwa has given us about the minister and him trying to interact in the space. So we're not even certain if maybe minister was trying to get to that maybe already, if he's thinking that. So I guess the only recommendation we can give is that we are not confident, and we think that the oversight role of the department then becomes necessary. And perhaps what we are recommending is then an independent assessor coming in to bring us into confidence, as it should be independent. And I want to stress this also, that the department, in the case in which it does bring in an independent assessor, must ensure that that process in itself is not questioned. And so we need to be thorough as the department in who we bring in to inspire confidence. Because the last thing we want is for that report of that independent assessor to also be questioned, right? And so it's very important that we are thorough as well, if that is where we end up going. There is a matter, so overarchingly, I don't want to repeat what members have said, but I think what's coming through as the way forward is the report, is the IA. When you live to uphold the constitution of this country, and I'm a board member of the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, and so we speak about a non-racial society. And that's what we try and drive. It is so difficult to read this report. And I really think I am quite an objective individual. But many of us are sitting here and battling to see the objectivity in the report. It doesn't look objective, it doesn't feel objective. And because the process that was followed is also under question, it's inevitable that it's going to look biased, it's going to look racially induced or, driven. It looks sexist. It just looks wrong. Even the phrases we use, like, we speak of, just give me a second. We speak of supporters of Pakeng. The report speaks of supporters of Pakeng. The person who wrote this report, could they not have spoken about certain members supported, or certain members decided, or whilst 8 members decided? There's literally a whole 3 words, supporters of Pakeng. It looks factional. It sounds factional. It doesn't look objective. So, I post about us being here because we account to citizens. So tell citizens, as members of parliament, we are here today. Here's the agenda of the day. If you want to follow proceedings, here's the YouTube link, here's the Facebook link, because parliament is ensuring that it reaches out to the people of this country for them to know what we do. And a response from a young woman who went to this institution, who serves this institution, was, "Oh, Chair, our university needs deliverance from racism." That is a painful response to receive from a citizen. I am not saying there's racism at the institution of UCT. I am not saying that. But I am saying that at the way in which things look, at how people who are in the space every day, there's a lot of reflection that needs to take place here. you know, we're not saying we must now curate spaces, you know, like make them look a particular way, regardless of the impact, efficiency, all of that, capacity, blah, 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 you know, all that. But it is unsettling to be speaking to, like, there's so many men sitting on this, like, there's a lot of men. It's a lot, you know, and we've always been clear as a committee on the fact that we want to walk into a room and we want to see leadership and see intersectionality. And we are unapologetic about our call for an intersectional and inclusive society. We want to see young women, young people at the helm of leadership spaces, young Black women, and I'm going to say young Black women because we're at the pits, at the bottom there. Yeah, well, we want to see ourselves leading such institutions. So it is uncomfortable. It does feel racial, it does feel sexist, and we are not brought into confidence given the processes that have unfolded. So I do think that perhaps the best intervention here really could be that we need an independent assessor, and again, to really say to the department, just also be careful on who you bring in here, because we don't need that person taking us back either. I mean, what is happening at UNISA is not favorable. The back and forths between the department and the institution are not favorable at all. Because what happens to the institution while there are all these back and forths? Just wanted to highlight one other thing so that we can release yourselves and you can start organizing yourselves, coordinating yourselves, Chair. You know, I know we're not here to create a rosy picture, but there is some appreciation of an intent to interact with stakeholders as you appoint a new VC. And so it's not that it's impossible for the University of Cape Town to be inclusive in the work, in how it goes about its work. I've not heard of a stakeholder that is complaining about that process. And this is not me trying to put some sugar, a little bit of sugar in a sea of salt. No, things are bad for what we're here for, things are bad, colleagues. But we must perhaps acknowledge that. And so it says that it is possible for us to be inclusive. It is possible for us to meet with workers and discuss all the other issues that concern them, right? And so please, if that can be something that we work towards. I'm trying to find, and I don't know why okay, I think I'll leave it at that, because I can't find this last matter I'm trying to, one is dabbling between, the issue around workers and the statute, DDG Sokwikwa. We need the intervention of the department in this regard. Colleagues are not finding each other at all. And the response then is that, no, we have many platforms where colleagues engage. We need the department to assist the colleagues, the department, and can this not, like, you know, we hate it, we don't like it or appreciate it when the committee makes recommendations and colleagues willy-nilly accept or disregard our recommendations. Really, if the Department of Higher Education can come to the University of Cape Town, sit down with council, sit down with workers, and try and find resolve on this matter. Colleagues, it doesn't assist us if we don't, you know, we always complain about how NSFAS does close-out project. Yeah, the close-out project. We can't have matters that linger in the institution for years and years and years, and we don't resolve on them. Because those are issues that create a trust deficit that just hovers above us and we're unable to do our work. I want to also raise a concern that, you know, we speak about how, well, apparently there's a financial deficit at the institution. And that is why it's alleged that there are workers who will no longer be insourced and will be outsourced, and management or council can confirm this for us. But if we are considering undoing the gains of a particular generation of workers and students because of financial deficit, it's just as much as an injustice for us to then be having all these golden handshakes when we claim that there's no money in the institution. So I would like clarity on that particular matter around outsourcing particular workers or services at the institution. It's now 12:50. If we can be back in the room at 1300 to receive responses from our colleagues. Thank you. much, colleagues. We will now hand over to, I think we've all had a moment to rest and refresh. Sorry to the colleagues who might not have had as much of time as we have had to refresh ourselves. But I'd like to officially hand over to the Chair of Council and then to yourself, Lacey, for your responses. And where you do feel that perhaps there might be a need to support your response with any written documentation, please also just to indicate that.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you for the last indication to us that we have your leave, and it is leave, to either supplement the oral responses in writing, or just to deal with some questions that we don't deal with today also in writing. And perhaps you could direct by when we should do so. We obviously want it done as soon as possible.
7 working days.
7 working days. Clearly, we, in the time available to us to get into huddle, we didn't have a proper opportunity of engaging with all the issues and questions raised by the honourable committee members. So I'm just going to deal with some. Firstly, the panel report, which has been much criticised here today, and which a number of persons outside of this meeting are not happy with. Clearly, the former VC and the former chair are not happy with the report, and the former chair of council, Balbon Zinyama, has already challenged the interim report by way of court review, and has also indicated that she will challenge this full report on review, and we would anticipate that others may adopt the same course. So that is their right to do so in terms of our law and constitution, and we'll have to deal with it. Council has, however, in terms of its power of authority under the statute, its internal statutes and its own procedures, discussed the report, debated the report, had robust discussion on the report, and had adopted the report. And that decision is a lawful decision in our view. Council has satisfied itself. The report is, I think I indicated this in our statement, it's lawful because it's substantively fair, procedurally fair, and is rational. That doesn't mean in law that it's absolutely right on all aspects covered in the report. That's not the test for under our under the principle of legality or even paja. So the status of the report is that we've adopted it, and we have now resolved to implement its recommendations, and that process has commenced with the appointment of a committee who will then report to council on Saturday, where we will more fully debate the recommendations and discuss how we intend to implement them. In regard to the comments made by SRC and the unions, we note what they say, and we will engage with them if necessary to discuss some of the demands further. Just on the failure to meet
with the unions as the committee had directed on the 30th of August. You will also recall that we had written, I think we copied the committee, that we had wanted the report by the end of September, and in the end it didn't come on by that date, and because we were hoping that we could first have cited the report before we engage. I did, however, although it was in relation to the filling of the vacant VC position in this room, I had met with the unions and raised, albeit not in a substantive way, the issue of representation, and I had undertaken in that meeting that I will have further engagements. Having said that, we are guided by the statutes, which provides for worker representation on council in different pay classes, and currently we in fact have two members of the union that serve on our council. So that's the current state of play. In relation to the appointment of an independent assessor, that obviously depends on the minister acting in accordance with the Act. We will engage on this issue more fully, but our view is at this stage anyway that there is no basis for the appointment of an assessor. Although it seems to me, and here I'm not clear, is whether the independent assessor should assess and review the panel report and report back to your committee, Honourable Chair, and to the Minister, that part, or is it the kind of independent assessor that, for example, was appointed at UNISA and perhaps one or two other higher education institutions in the past, where there's been alleged dysfunctionality and you want to appoint an independent person to oversee the situation in the interim. We don't think that the latter situation applies to UCT at all. As far as reviewing the report is concerned, the question was asked about legal expertise on the council. We do have some lawyers on council. I'm one myself. I've been one for 40 years. And as we understand it, that panel has done its work. They've made recommendations to council, which we have adopted. So that falls within PAJA, where we have made legally binding decisions, and whoever wants that stands unless and until it is set aside in a court of law. The issue of the familial relationship between our interim VC and the registrar, I'll ask Malcolm Campbell, the Deputy Chair, just to deal with that. The retirement age is 65, or you can retire early at 55, but UCT does have a policy which deals with post-retirement appointments, and in the case of Emeritus Professor Reddy, he falls into that category, and in fact he was recommended to Senate by my predecessor, Balwan Gonyama, and was unanimously endorsed by Senate. And speaking for myself, we've been quite happy that he's been appointed. He's been a source of stability at the university.
I also know from him personally that he would be happier to be elsewhere, but he is here and he's prepared to deal with whatever confronts him. I would agree with the sentiment that non-disclosure agreements are almost foreign to us. I always read about it in the tabloids and see these things in the movies. But it happened here, and it was introduced under the previous regime by the former VC and the former chair. And the former chair, in fact, was instrumental in concluding the process of the non-disclosure agreement with the former VC. So that was done, and she brought in two very experienced lawyers, one a retired judge that debated the issue with counsel. As I understand from the minutes of the meeting, it wasn't unanimously agreed. There was some opposition to it. And council adopted a majority decision, which, as we know, binds all of us. Conflict of interest always looms large in matters of this nature. But we know that we are guided by the Act, Higher Education Act, I think it's section 27(7)(e). There's the internal statute, and then we've also got a conflict of interest policy. And matters of this nature are then decided in accordance with the Act, with the statute, and with the policy. And certainly as far as current members of the council are concerned, who had also served previously on council, there's no basis for a conflict of interest. Conflict of interest narrowly defined relates to where a matter concerns you personally, directly or indirectly, or it's financial gain, or you have an interest in the outcome of a particular issue, which the requirement is must be decided or resolved in a meeting where you sit. On our reading of the situation, no such conflict arises or has arisen. As far as the competence of council to appoint a panel is concerned, I remind the Honourable Committee that decision was first taken in October of 2022, when our former VC and former chair presided in that meeting. It was obviously a contested issue, but contested issues are sometimes resolved, sometimes simply or bluntly, like in Parliament. Take a vote, but the outcome of the decision by the majority binds everyone in the meeting, and all these decisions were taken in accordance with our statutes and with our policies, and so we are of the view that it was entirely legally competent to council to appoint the panel. The release of the report, because I think it's well known, I suppose the word would be notoriously well known for leaks having come out of council. So the report was kept under wraps by the panel's attorneys and was delivered here on Saturday the 14th of October in this room. That's what meant by under controlled conditions. It's all in a box, all water stamped, like for example my copy, which is here, as my name on each page. So just in case I gave it to a journalist or sent it to someone, one will see it comes from Arendse,
not islands. And it was kept here. You had to sign for it. We all handed in our cell phones, laptops, and so on, all electronic devices. It was kept, and we sat here, and the report was given. And I suppose, like in school, we all sat with this report in front of us, and were given 3-4 hours to read the report. And that's why not much, if any, debate could take place on the first Saturday, the 14th, because of the time taken to read the report, and hence a follow-up meeting on the 28th, where the report was kept after the meeting on the 14th, brought here again on the 28th, and again released to council members. I asked the registrar about the letter, the minister's letter, and he in turn had asked the DDG present about it, and we don't seem to have a record of such a letter. But to the extent that that letter may have referred to some report or feedback on governance issues, and if it did come somewhere in August or whatever, then the response would have been that we were awaiting the panel report, but I haven't seen the letter. Just quickly, because Mukta Parker does report to the interim VC and doesn't report to himself in respect of his portfolio, either as acting COO or as executive director of properties. I think, Chair, that's how far I'm going to take our response. I'm just going to ask Malcolm Campbell to deal with the relationship between the interim VC and the registrar. Thank you.
Chair, I would like to add to this conversation because I have something I'd like to say.
Can you kindly introduce yourself?
I'm Nazima Mohammed. I'm the member of council. I would be a former deputy chair and step down.
Okay. I'd also like to understand. So, were you following the meeting online?
I just came in now. I was in a meeting this morning, but I heard the question relating to the relationship between the registrar and the acting vice chancellor and the process, and that's what I'd like to comment.
Okay, let me just. Thank you. You were handing over to.
I'm just asking because.
I just want to go. I want to go back to who you were. You were handing. Yeah. Okay. So we'll continue that process, chair, and then we'll try and make accommodation for that. Right.
Okay. So one of the portfolio committee members indicated that the 3-person panel had made the decision as Royston has clarified, as the chair has clarified, the decision to appoint Emeritus Professor Daya Reddy as acting interim Vice Chancellor was a decision that was recommended by the former Chair of Council. And at the time it was known, or his relationship with the registrar was known. And it was a recommendation that was first taken to the Senate. where not only was the recommendation made, but the relationship was also clarified. It was taken to council. It was also taken to the institutional forum. And out of that process, it was recommended that not only was the credentials of Professor Reddy accepted, but it was also recommended that the three-person panel be formed to address the issue of engaging with the registrar on withdrawing his resignation, but also engaging with him around an agreement for his continuing role at the university. The members of the panel were nominated by Senate. There was one member from Senate, there was a member from Council, and the third member was an external member who also happens to serve on the Remuneration Committee. They engaged with the registrar and they tabled the report stating what the outcome of the engagement has been. And this report was tabled at Council for their acceptance. So the decision to appoint Professor Reddy was a decision not taken by the three-person committee, but taken by Council itself. I hope that clarifies matters, and I hope, Nazima, that is consistent with what you were wanting to say.
I just wanted to add to that, if I may. When the call for nominations came for an interim vice chancellor, I had sent to the former chairperson a nomination of Professor Norman Duncan, because I was concerned that the register was being used in a mischievous way. I was concerned that the relationship with Professor Reddy would be used in a mischievous way, and it has been. I said this to the Chair of Council, and I have proof in terms of, I think it's an email or WhatsApp. And I also contacted Professor Norman Duncan to check his availability, because we were only allowed to put forward people who were available. And since he had been an assessor before and he had the minister's confidence and trust, I thought he would be a good candidate. She refused to respond to me, and I had to urge her. And then when she did respond, she asked me for his details. She then contacted him, and I want this on record. And then she said he wasn't available. And I called him and I said, well, I thought you were available. I'm sorry I put you, I didn't mean to pressurize you. And then he said that the former chair had said to him that the decision had been made. And that was not the case. And these are the kinds of governance challenges that we've had on council, where the chair just did what she wanted to do. It is a serious problem, and I have evidence. I can forward it to you. I was really concerned that the registrar, who had to play a very difficult role as the Secretary of Council, would be compromised, and he was compromised. But I do not have any objections to Professor Dyer. He's been an outstanding interim vice chancellor. He has all the credentials. He's an A-rated researcher, and the university respects him. And he has brought stability to UCT. And so I wanted to put that on record because I was very disturbed by what had happened. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, just the last contribution will come from Professor Ramagondo on some issues of transformation, and then Professor Reddy also wants to add something.
Chair, may I? So thank you for granting me this opportunity. The previous time that we appeared before the portfolio committee, I wasn't too sure what it means to enjoy protection, such that one speaks truthfully and honestly. So I'm assured that that is the case, that I am able to speak honestly and truthfully about transformation at this university. It's a portfolio I am responsible for.
I think it is worth mentioning that I have served in the Senate of the University of Cape Town under 5 vice-chancellors. So Professor Mampela, Professor Njabulo Ndebele, Mr. Max Price, Professor again, and now Professor Reddy. This is because I've been at this university as an academic since 1998. I also studied at this university as an undergraduate student from 1989 to 1992. You see, when you've spent so long in an institution, you're able to see patterns that maybe others who come and go cannot pick up. Doesn't mean that I have never left UCT. After I got my degree, I went back to rural Venda to serve. I was there for 3 years, and then I went to the United States of America to gain a different kind of experience. I was headhunted back under the leadership of this university when Dr. Mampela Rampele. So yeah, it was Dr. Mampela Rampele and Dr. Max Price. And I've been here since. The pattern that needs to be very clear to everyone in the room regarding vice-chancellors are named is that 2 out of the 5 did not have a second term. They didn't finish their first term even. And both are African women. I leave that for you to think about. And I ask you to think about in terms of what we mean by transformation today and the patterns that we pick up that worry some of us. So you asked about the Transformation Committee, its role. So the University of Cape Town does not have a Transformation Committee. And I say this decidedly, a committee makes decisions. We don't have a Transformation Committee. What we have is a Transformation Forum, which is a subcommittee of the Institutional Forum. So the Transformation Forum, also an Employment Equity Forum. The Employment Equity Forum is a new development. And it comes because people have been worried over years that when it comes to employment and recruitment, responsibility is left to individuals who are employment equity reps. Sometimes these are junior people. When selection committees are chaired by decision makers, HODs, sometimes deans, DVCs, the VC, the chancellor, you tell me how can an employment equity representative who is junior really drive employment equity for any institution? So the Employment Equity Forum emerges out of years of signaling from departments and faculties, from those who really care about transformation. Yes, transformation is not only about the demographic composition of an institution, it's much more than that. But given our history, where we do not really know each other across racialized identities, you have to worry about the knowledge project when you have people missing who are representative of the broader majority. It is important that we think about what we mean by excellence. When excellence is celebrated, perhaps more outside than inside. It's just something to think about, because we want to see excellence that serves this country, this society, and this continent. That is the excellence that many who care about transformation espouse. Now, the institutional forum is important because it has been mandated by the Higher Education Act to drive the institutional culture that is inclusive, that does all the things that we want to see for a non-racial society. But that's a forum that advises council, does not make decisions. Decision making is what drives institutional culture. If you look at decisions, when they're made, how they're made, what is decided, you can tell where power really lies. Now, Senate has been mentioned as a key decision-making space in this university. And you already have heard that to be a member of Senate with full rights, not only on paper, but when you speak, people listen. You need to be a full person. At this university, we have a total of 262 professors. And by professors, I'm talking about full professors, not associate professors. We have 262. Out of the 262, we have 9, and I'm going to use racialized categories because we're talking about redress here. These are not identities we like to assume, but we understand what redress means. So I'm using these identities guardedly. African, 9. 9 out of 262. Of the 9, only 3 are female. For colored professors, we have 26. 10 female, 16 male. For Indian South Africans, we have 23. In total, 14 males, 9 females. When it comes to white professors, we have 107. 107 out of 262. And then we have a category, which is foreign national, according to the Employment Equity Act and the targets that are set by the Department of Labor. These are not our categories. We don't like calling anyone foreign, but there we have a category. Out of the 262, we have 93 foreign nationals. Now, you might think, well, maybe that's not too much of an issue, but you also need to interrogate that. How many of these foreign nationals are from the rest of the continent compared to where everywhere else? And is this about expertise, scarce skill? Because if it is, of course, we encourage that we have people who really are on top of their game to come from everywhere. But it's data that does need to be interrogated. Lastly, there's data that I think would have been important to interrogate if we want to understand where harm occurs. I can't think of a more serious outcome for any employee than dismissal. We have data on dismissals. So I can tell you now that from what we have of people who have been dismissed from this university as staff members, a total among African employees is 39, 24 of whom are male. Of colored staff, we have 44, 22 females, 22 males. For Indian colleagues, we've had 2 females, 0 males. For white colleagues, we've only had 1 white female. For foreign nationals, we've had 4, 3 males and 1 female. When we talk about harm, we need to think about the ultimate harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair, just before I let Professor Reddy, may I just say that I wouldn't want DVC Ramagonda's presentation to leave the impression that council, whether it's the council that I currently lead, the council that was led by Ms. Ngonyama, the council that was led by Mr. Pityana, Archbishop Ndungani. So I mentioned all these names deliberately, all black persons. Transformation is not delegated to any junior employees. Transformation is the responsibility, quite rightly, of the council, and the DVC for transformation is the person that council looks to do oversight work in relation to transformation, to make proposals to council on transformation so that council can make the right decision. I would also be concerned, I'm sure all of you in the room, if you hear some statistics, but we must be very careful about simply looking at raw statistics without context. People who have been dismissed from whichever category or race group, they were entitled to challenge their dismissals in the CCMA or in the Labour Court. And if they were dismissed after a fair process, I think one must be very, very careful about drawing conclusions or inferences purely by looking at numbers. I can assure the honourable members of your committee, Honourable Chair, that certainly under my watch, and it's also my track record, I take transformation very, very, very seriously. It's always been a concern of mine about the number of especially senior Black African academics, and those issues must be addressed. It would concern me that if there's any racial bias because a disproportionate number of Black African, either Black African employees in any category, past staff or non-past staff, or senior academic level are being dismissed. Personally, I'm not aware that that was the case, and as I speak, it's certainly never been brought to my attention by DVC Ramagondo or before her, DVC Ferris, who left also having signed an NDA under the previous VC, who was also an excellent DVC for transformation. Never been brought to our attention that Black African academics or past staff or non-past staff members have been dismissed on account of their race. Thank you. VC.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 points and I'll be brief. The Chair of Council responded to the question around appointments beyond the normal retirement age of 65. We didn't indicate my age, which was asked. I'm 70 years and 8 months old. Okay. Just to complete the response to that question, Honourable Chair. The second point I want to make, in a sense, is really just to add very, very briefly to Professor Ramagonda's response and the Chair of Council's in relation to transformation. Yes, indeed, Deputy Vice Chancellor, we have a Deputy Vice Chancellor for transformation. The Vice Chancellor ultimately is accountable for the transformation, for implementation of the various policies. I should add that we also have a Social Ethics and Transformation Committee, which is a committee that reports to Council and that is chaired by a member of Council and has members of Council and the executive on it, amongst others, including the Vice Chancellor. And Chair, the last point I wanted to make was really just to clarify the composition of Senate. Senate is not only for the professors. That is the traditional position of the Senate. The UCT Senate comprises indeed all four professors, heads of department in the event that are not four professors, deans, deputy deans, representatives of academic staff who are, again, not professors, representatives of our professional and administrative staff, and we also have student representatives who are nominated by the SRC. I just wanted to clarify that, Honourable Chair. Thank you.
Guys, okay, I'm actually going to stop. You're going to be given a moment as the SRC, so don't worry. Now we're getting a feedback from Council and management. And DVC, Ramukunda, I'm not going to allow you to speak. And it's unfortunate that I'm doing it when you speak. But yeah. But I'm absolutely worried as I sit here right now. And I know for sure that the two members sitting next to me are also concerned. I've not necessarily read the energy of my colleagues this side, but it is a problem, colleagues. You are not in sync. There's no cohesion amongst yourselves. It cannot, I really can't recall a moment where management and council are responding and it's almost a correction of what a member of management has said. It's concerning. You are not, there's a disjuncture, colleagues. You are not okay. You are not fine as a collective. It makes no sense to me, Chair, why you've had to correct what DVC Rabukundu just said. I don't understand. Or contextualize it. I don't think we miss an opportunity. I don't think there's an inability of the committee to contextualize what she was saying. And unfortunately, in a country like South Africa, numbers do mean something. Numbers translate to representation. Unfortunately, we do have to put in quotas. So yes, we do want to know what the demographics statistically look like at UCT, because maybe when we do put in those professors, black women professors, who look like a Nompendulo, who look like a Karabo, who look like this DSG sitting here, maybe when we are deliberate about their inclusion, this space won't feel as racially microaggressive as it feels right now. Maybe these students who are sitting here, the workers that are here, won't be complaining about their day-to-day experiences. Women, young students who are following these particular interactions are saying, save us from this institution that is drenched in racial microaggression. Then you want to tell us that, no, but you need to, no, Chair, it's patronizing what you just did. It's absolutely patronizing. And if we aren't able to be honest with ourselves as South Africans, this country won't go anywhere. If we want to do what we just did, if this is how you run your council meetings, you want to, I don't know what it's not going to assist us. it's not going to assist us. So please, let's actually, I can't like, no, we like council, thank you management. We are not put into confidence. I really want to apologize for being irritated. I'm very irritated. I actually can't even hide it. I'm sorry. But what we have just witnessed is no ways, absolutely no ways. So, mina really advise Mandela. And we are not saying that. In fact, from a managerial perspective, in terms of management, your ability to do your day-to-day work, I don't think there's much questioning of that. And what Honorable King said when she started, the little bit of sugar she tried to bring into the room, I think there's an acceptance of that within the committee. But we cannot, it's the same thing we say to the Department of Science and Innovation. Absolutely proud of the work that is done in that department. But we're not going to now not question issues of transformation, issues of intersectionality, issues of impact, because you're doing well in terms of your clean audit. I was at an engagement yesterday hosted by Abasa, and there was a gentleman on the panel who said exactly what we always say, the meaningfulness of a clean audit. The meaningfulness of all these A-rated, what rated scientists and researchers that you have at UCT, the impact it has on the communities here around this institution, the impact that it has on the young women, the young children of this particular city. That is what it means for us to be number one in the country and so forth. It speaks to impact. And we're not going to shy away from that conversation. We're not going to shy away from that conversation. We're going to have it. We're going to make sure that whilst this institution is excelling, it feels like an institution in a democratic country. And for as long as there are collectives within this institution that don't feel included in this community, it's going to be a problem. And we're going to raise that problem. And let us be bold enough. You know, South Africa right now, it needs us to be bold, to be honest, and to interact in good faith. To call it what it is. If there is a collective within the institution that is not happy with things that are happening in the institution, then let them be. Let them express that. Let them raise those concerns. Don't try and sugarcoat it. It's not going to assist us. It's going to take us back. I want to then ask the SRC, 5 minutes, please. And we're not doing cross-referencing. We indicated this. We're not doing cross-referencing between yourselves and the institution, and that's our space in the committee. But we do want to afford you an opportunity to make your own closing remarks and your parting short. So we'll go to the SRC, we'll go to Labour, and then we'll go to IF.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I think after the engagement, everyone, when they've put in their view, I think majority of us in this room have the same view of what's happening. But I want us to be clear or to emphasize on certain points. The issue of race or the issue of gender equality. I think let's not hesitate on that one, because some of us were talking as if it's like. But we have previous reports in this institution. Wongani Mayusi report, IRCC. Those reports speak directly to the racism in this institution and transformation which need to happen. They speak directly. If you can go to those reports, so we must not hesitate when we talk about that. Another issue which I want us to look at is the issue of in terms of council. Some of you mentioned the issue of functions. Let's not hesitate about that again. Our council is formed by certain functions, which some, I will sorry to say this, there are council members who don't even want to engage us. They just want to vote. They are voting cows in council. Let me talk the day which we want to debate the report. If you didn't stand, the chair was not there, and the VC. The person who was chairing that council meeting on the 28th, if I'm not mistaken the date, was the deputy chair. There is a council member who is able to say, because we have went through the report last week and this week, I propose we adopt before we even engage on it. To the extent which we asked, what are we here for if we are going to be like voting cows? Did it reach a stage where we're given 15 minutes to debate on a report? Then after 15 minutes, it was adopted. How can you debate 15 minutes on a report with such amount of pages and any details? That's what happened. So I think we really need a intervention in terms of council. Yeah, I think it might be go into it and we look into it. I think in terms of a minister, we also support the fact that we need an independent assessor to come and assess this report. I think that's where we are standing. I don't know if my PSG will want to add something.
No, thank you, President.
Thank you very much to colleagues in the SRC. Labour.
Thank you.
I was we remember.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. I think that we are happy that the committee has done an extensive work in terms of addressing the issues that we would have liked to address with their time that they were given. Therefore, we will not have much to say. I think we were largely covered on the issues that we are aggrieved on the ground as workers and as representatives of workers. But I do want, and I like in such platform to use them wisely and not ask issues that we are going still to deal with internally, whether in the presence or not of the committee. But I do want to get the answer about the debate on corridors about the possibilities of outsourcing or blaming the insourcing as a result of the perceived deficit. I'll say perceived because we are seeing evidence of many millions being thrown around, even though we are under deficit. But I do want Council to give us, to put us in confidence. You know, I think when as citizens, when we are voting members of parliament, there's always that question that our people will ask us in the township. Does this president agree with the grant issue? There's no way our people will agree to vote a president that does not agree on the grant program. We would at this stage not have any president who will stop the grant program. So you always want to be sure, what is your position on the grant reform, comrade? If the president says, the issue of grant can be reviewed, and then we say, then you are not with us. So it's the same similar issue here with us. At all material times, if there's anyone who's going to be leadership, and under this leadership currently, we have not had any pronouncement. We were assured in the previous leadership, despite of its all problems. And here I'm speaking directly to the concern of the workers. This is the concern they have. What is this leadership's position on the current insourcing? Is what we are hearing in the corridors as a scapegoat of this deficit to say that this is not the core service of the university and therefore there should be reconsideration, or what we saw in other memorandum adverts, a review of the insourcing. If I could hear just assurance and position of what this leadership is that currently we have in terms of the insourcing. And then I think then I'll be covered. Any other issue we might have as LEAP, I think it is addressed. If there's any other issue, we will still going to address them internally, but in the presence of everyone else, it will be important for the workers who are watching currently, they are watching currently, to also hear in that regard, what is the position of this leadership when it comes to the insourcing. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Labour. Can I go to IF, please?
Thank you, Chair.
Just the IF.
Oh, okay. Awesome. So, thank you, Chair. My comment earlier about the openness of the Chair to engage with the IF in particular, being the broadest church, as I mentioned, and also the unions and various bodies on campus relates directly to the appointment of the next VC. So that's just to put the record straight there. The fact that we have not had the meeting with the council, that is concerning, absolutely. And as I have, we will push that line. We have to meet with the council. We have to fix relationships. As you mentioned, this. Then I've been on the IF for many, many years, even under the previous DVC for transformation. And one of the things that I'm most proud of is that and I think Professor Ramagondo actually mentioned the fact that these transformation committees, if you have a chairperson that's a dean or a VC and you are a normal worker like I am, there is a power imbalance. Will you, take the opportunity to actually engage with the chair and have possibly lose your job? Because the transformation committee is made up of members in the same department. So if my boss is sitting there and I disagree with him, will I engage or will I rather want to keep my job? So the one thing we did achieve as the IF, where we wrote to council and we advised that it should be in the KPIs of every single senior dean and executive director that transformation in their department must be their responsibility directly. So that it's not some committee there that has to pull the numbers and report to Labour. And as the chair of council, ultimately council is a body that meets a couple of times a year. It's the actual head of departments that are having interviews directly and their subordinates. The dean, the HOD must make sure that the transformation objectives are achieved. So I just thought I'd leave that with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, please. There's a way in which we run committee meetings, colleagues. And I think Chair and VC, you know that. I know that the SRC president knows that because he's gone to many civil education programs, so he knows how committee meetings run. And we don't run them haphazardly. There's someone who represents you, you coordinate yourselves. Chair, you had a moment, you handed over to, you handed over to the management. So please, let's, in future, let's learn to coordinate ourselves. You asked for a caucus, Chair, we gave you that caucus. So I can't take other hands from council at this point in time. They ought to be covered under you. And that goes for you, VC. I'm not taking hands from management because they're covered under you. So that's how we run committee meetings. Colleagues, we are concerned on the state of governance at the institution. People are not happy, and we need to find a way to solve that. Someone said you can't necessarily be the player and the referee. And I think that's also what's causing tension here. Why I personally like investigations by independent bodies is because it almost allows everyone to have an equal footing in the space. And no one can be said, no, you were biased, you were not objective, and so on and so forth. And that's why, Mr. Ngandela, we are at risk, DDG Sotrikwa, as the department, if people start to question independence of independent assessors. Because that means that one mechanism that we do have as the department to assist the sector is now at question. And so we need to work in terms of regaining public confidence and confidence within the sector in independent assessors. And so I don't even want to get into a lot of things, but there are questions that have not been answered. Honorable Kakao asked about Ozek, I think it was Mob. He asked by when do we think we're going to have a VC? I don't think I heard that answer come through. There were questions I asked. Why haven't we had that stakeholder meeting to resolve some of the issues that are coming back here? You know, Resolve them, colleagues. Resolve those issues. Chair, if you're already speaking about the new VC, speak about these issues too. Call that meeting, seat it, have everyone ventilate, voice themselves out, whatever it is. But then you would have allowed for space for people to speak. I would rather have a report that says, yes, we met with them and they didn't agree still. That's fine. But it just shows at least that, well, hopefully, even when you disagree, you are disagreeing on principle and not because one is steadfast on keeping their position and the others also steadfast on keeping their position. No. In building this country, we need to give and take, push and pull, push and pull, push and pull until we get to where we want to be. So we really want to implore on yourself to try again to sit and talk through these matters. Yes, there's all these other platforms that you have, good, but there are issues that are here now. There are questions around insourcing of workers. Iron those issues out. You can't have an institution where there's hearsay, there's like rumors. It doesn't help us. It means that there's uncertainty, there is discomfort, there's a trust deficit. I don't think it's healthy for people to operate in a space like that. So let's not be fearful of engagement. And let's also, labor, students, when you go and engage, also be ready. Don't think what you know because we're engaging and because Dina is what we want, is what we must get, and if we don't get it, we're going to render the institution ungovernable. No, it's negotiations. You push, you make a couple of strides, you go back, you regroup. You allow for things to mature, you go back again, you regroup. Right? So we all need to take collective responsibility in terms of ensuring that the engagements that we are having yield the fruits that will benefit all of us collectively. So I really want to again suggest that a lot of the matters that have been discussed here, this now question on outsourcing, there's issues around the statutes and the acts, where I really think it's a what do you call it? It's a comprehension issue. So others understand it this way, others understand it that way. The only way you're going to be able to find one another is if you sit down and you engage. An institutional forum, that is where you ought to also play a very critical role in bringing all these voices together. But you've not answered those questions. You've not answered, okay, at least this one on the brother-in-law, I think there was a response. Whether or not we agree with it, but we got the response, you know. Chair, we're not saying that we must interrogate the work that the panel did. We're actually saying there must be a whole new process that is led by an independent assessor. We're not calling for administration either. We're not saying this institution must be run by someone on your behalf. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we're fine with that, but there are these issues that need to be nipped in the bud. And the only way we can do that is if we understand their root cause and then find a way to pave the best way forward. So that's what we mean when we call for an independent assessor. I actually was trying to get counsel from the advisor on what other options does the minister have. And so we will place it amongst yourselves, DDG Sotikwa. But the sentiment of the committee and the sentiment of stakeholders in the institution is that we don't have confidence in the panel in terms of its actual terms of reference and what it sought to do. We don't have confidence that what it actually did and the outcomes of its work were through a process of due diligence and were thorough and ethical and just. And therefore we question the outcomes of its work. And so I think that's so assist us with how we're feeling and find a solution for our feeling, because ultimately everyone is not really happy, right? So that's the recommendation going forward. There are questions that have not been answered. Anele, we will need you to send the questions to the institution, and within 7 working days, you will need to respond to the questions, colleagues. Chair and VC, what we did now was politicking. You just came to the surface level issues. There were some very direct questions that came from members, and we did not respond to them. And I hope, Anel, on your side, you've captured them. We also do have the recordings. So we're going to resend those questions, and within the next 7 working days, we will need those responses, of which we need to make sure that PMG gets those responses. PMG must get them so that we're able to put them on the PMG website, because that's the other issue with us, or the limitation of written responses is that sometimes citizens don't get those responses. So we must make sure that they are published on the PMG website, because ultimately you will have had to answer here. Yeah, I think that is our way forward, colleagues. And just to reiterate, that no matter how great your managerial skills may be, if you aren't able to bring your entire collective on board, then you're not really meeting your ultimate potential, right? And I think I'm not going to go back to the issues of transformation. There's also a concern, and the president said functions. There's just genuinely a concern with the structure of a lot of things at UCT. So people question representation on council, representation on Senate, and even there, VC and chair, there's space for clarity. The memorandum of demands that I'm sure you did get, VC, that we also have been privy to, they speak about Senate members having to have full professorship. You know, that's a disjunction within the community that needs to be clarified, right? And so that's why that particular stakeholder engagement that we're calling for is important, so that those issues are clarified there. And I mean, and that's why we even said, when you've had that engagement, we would like for that report or minutes of that engagement to be signed by yourselves and by Labour, or if you're going to add students, by students as well, so that we know that you were both in that meeting and there's a mutual agreement that this is the conversation we had, right? So that we don't have to have these he said, she said, he said, she said. But there's also concern around, just going back to the concerns around functions and just structure or the organogram, issues relating to transformation and whose competence is it and where should it be? You know, it's not a committee, it's a forum. I do appreciate what you've shared, though, Chair of the IF, in terms of, you know, it being the responsibility of an HOD who does the day-to-day runnings of that department, right? Because council is like us as parliament. You're giving this overarching line of march, you know, but you don't appoint those people. So you can call for transformation. You can, you know, ask the questions. Why isn't this like this? Why isn't that like that? But ultimately, it's the people who you leave at the institution who must make sure that that transformation that you're calling for as council is implemented on a day-to-day basis. And I don't think it's impossible if UCT is the #1 institution in the country, I don't think it's impossible for it to achieve this matter. I think it's possible for UCT to also lead on this matter. So that's basically where we'll end it, colleagues. Within 7 working days, we need all the questions responded to. We note that, Chair, you're saying that you know we can't find the letter from the minister.
So if you give me I just got a response to that.
Oh, okay.
We didn't receive the letter.
You didn't.
Apparently, the letter was not sent to us by Dept. The context was that around that time, we had already responded to Dept on the matter of the work of the panel, and that the timeline of the panel had been extended. So it appears that the Minister's office did not send the letter because of that previous response.
You can't confirm. Can you confirm that?
I don't know what response the VC is, the chair is talking about.
Actually, just a quick, you know what, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to to have a wholesome response. Okay. So we need to fix that whatever miscommunication is taking place there between yourselves and the department, I think you can resolve outside of us and just give us feedback on what exactly happened there. 7 working days, the quick responses to questions that we've not covered. Again, calling for yourselves to meet with stakeholders. And lastly, just putting the rest in the hands of the department, because the rest, I mean, you can't. We acknowledge the stance of the council, which is to say, you have adopted the report and you accept the work that was done by the independent panel, and that is the position of council, and that is okay. But there is another position which then that falls within the department to take forward. So I'll just have your closing remarks, DDG Sotri.
Chair, sorry, can I be excused? I have to catch a flight.
Thank you, Chair. I think I should just start off by saying I think the hearing here, or the meeting here, the workshop today, was enlightening to us as a department. Firstly, it showed the fractures in UCT, and it is really discouraging in many ways, because we were given an impression that things are fine at UCT, that things are improving, and I can see, you know, the minister's advisor nodding. This is the assurances that we were getting from the university. And it is very clear that there's a lot of work that is required to firstly build confidence amongst all stakeholders that things are okay. And what I felt was a huge omission in this report was the tone of reconciliation. As if reconciliation can be resolved with monetary compensation alone. That is insufficient in many ways. And I think there's a lot of work, a lot of introspection that is required at UCT. If colleagues wish to be honest about rebuilding this very phenomenal institution. Secondly, we have noted several of the comments in this room, and certainly we will, together with Minister Advisor, report to Minister on the recommendations of all the stakeholders. And I'm going to stress all the stakeholders, because it is clear to us that there's a common position that they are all calling for an independent assessor to look at this report. And if I were council, I would invite that independent assessor if I were confident with the report, because it means any independent assessor would then confirm and affirm the recommendations. But I'm worried that council is not equally confident. But that is the recommendation we will nevertheless submit to Minister and to the DG for consideration. And then lastly, DG, Chair, on this letter, let me just point out, the letter asked for a report on the state of governance and management. And I think we made reference to this even at the last meeting in Parliament, that we would want to have a view around the state of governance and management at the university. If that report can still come through, we'd appreciate it, because it's not even covered in the report from the assessors. We need that holistic view from council. And lastly, we are in unison around Minister having to meet with council as soon as possible. We will echo the same sentiments again, that is both to DG and to Minister. I think so that we can contain what is likely to become quite explosive in the new academic year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG Sotrikwa. I really want to appreciate something you said right at the beginning, where you said you implore on council to also welcome the presence of an IA, because then it could also affirm if indeed the IP's work was thorough and the outcomes should be welcomed. And that's exactly my thinking around independent, assessors, investigators. They also assist the one. I mean, I think Honorable Kakao was trying to allude to that when you questioned parts of the work of the IP around Prof. Kheti. We'll never know if really is this that of which they did wrong or right, or because the process was not thorough. And so, so I want to appreciate that, DDG Sotika, very wise and constructive guidance that you've given there. Colleagues, we've come to the end of our meeting. I want to thank you all. I want to thank the university community for allowing us to turn UCT into Parliament for the day. We really appreciate your hospitality, and we look forward to your responses and also to the proactive responses from the department. We know it's not a hasty, you can't hastily make a decision around an IA, but we would appreciate that we are proactive around that. We don't want any of our institutions not to be stable in terms of governance, and not to have an environment that is conducive not only for learning. I think we always obsess about students being okay in the space, but it's actually very important for the entire community to be okay. Because if we as a collective are not okay, then you're also not going to receive the best experience of teaching and learning. And so it's very important that whilst we push for the research, and those numbers, let's also make sure that our teaching and learning communities are healthy and a pleasurable experience for all. So with that being said, thank you so much. This meeting has come to an end.
Thank you very much.